1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We can hear you inside of WebEx. And we will be having a timer set up today inside of WebEx. Okay, and we are waiting on that timer. Seconds left. Okay, everyone, and I will be going on.
Okay, how are you? The Judiciary Committee will please come to order, a quorum being present. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2 and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote for the ayes and nays are ordered. I would like to remind members that we have established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating amendments, exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our markup today. If you would like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that has been previously distributed to your offices, and we will circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as we can. I would also remind all members that guidance from the Office of Attending Physician states that face coverings are required for all meetings in an enclosed space, including this markup. Everybody in this room is required to follow this guidance. I will not recognize members to speak who are not in compliance with these rules. In past committee meetings, some members have briefly put on a mask solely to seek recognition, but spent most of the hearing without a face covering. Please be advised, briefly throwing on a mask does not satisfy the rules for this markup. You are expected to wear a mask except when you are speaking, and I will not recognize any member who does not take this basic precaution for our health and safety. If you do not wish to put on a mask, you have the option to participate in this hearing remotely. Finally, I would ask all members, both those in person and those appearing remotely, to mute your microphones when you are not speaking. This will help prevent feedback and other technical issues. You may unmute yourself anytime you seek recognition. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7718, the Protecting the Health and Wellness of Babies and Pregnant Women in Custody Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7718, to address the health...
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. Women are the fastest growing segment of the incarcerated population in the United States. But as originally developed, our carceral system was geared toward housing men, who comprised and who still comprise the majority of the population in prisons and jails across the country. As a result, our system of prisons and jails routinely fails to provide what women in custody require, let alone to address the very particular needs of pregnant and postpartum women. H.R. 7718, the Protecting the Health and Wellness of Babies and Pregnant Women in Custody Act, is a carefully thought out, broad, and comprehensive effort to meet the needs of this particularly vulnerable population while in custody. The bill does this by mandating the development of specific policies, guidelines, and training for the Bureau of Prisons and the U.S. Marshals Service that pertain to pregnant and postpartum women, by banning restraints and restrictive housing for this population, and by directing the collection of demographic and other data on pregnant and postpartum women in federal, state, local, and tribal facilities to help us calibrate any future legislation. In addition to these important measures on the federal level, H.R. 7718 also addresses the needs of states and localities. It directs a GAO study of the services and protections in local and state correctional settings that are available for incarcerated pregnant women, and it establishes a grant program to be administered by the Department of Justice to provide support to state and local facilities to implement programs equivalent to the federal programs developed by this bill. One particularly important portion of this legislation concerns restrictive housing, which is also often described as solitary confinement. Only about half of the states have proposed or enacted legislation to regulate the use of restrictive housing. In the First Step Act, the federal government, too, regulated the use of solitary confinement, but only for juveniles. H.R. 7718 would ban restrictive housing for pregnant and postpartum women, except if such housing is required as a temporary response to behavior that poses a serious and immediate risk of physical harm. Before placing a woman in restrictive housing, the bill would require an individualized determination made by officials at the highest levels, which would be subject to ongoing review and monitoring, including the development of an individualized plan to including the development of an individualized plan to move the woman to less restrictive housing within a reasonable amount of time, not to exceed 2 days. According to the Vera Institute, over 150 years of research in psychiatry, neuroscience, epidemiology, and anthropology has documented the harmful effects of restrictive housing on the health and well-being of incarcerated people. This legislation recognizes that, as an especially vulnerable population, pregnant and postpartum women in federal custody must be protected from the deleterious effects of placement in restrictive housing. I want to commend the author of H.R. 7718, Crime Subcommittee Chair Karen Bass, for her leadership in developing this bipartisan legislation, along with Mr. Reschenthaler and Ms. Lesko, and I urge all my colleagues to support the bill. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before proceeding to the bill at hand, I thought it might be appropriate to discuss what happened just last week, where this is the House Judiciary Committee. The committee looks into issues of justice, the rule of law, law enforcement, Constitution, basic liberties. Obviously, last week there was an assassination attempt on 2 law enforcement officers in Southern California, 1 male, 1 female, and they're in critical condition, struggling for their lives. And this committee has addressed a number of difficult issues just a few months ago with the police reform legislation that we all debated and discussed and worked on, and appropriately so. But it seems to me we should be at least acknowledging in this committee, and obviously I know this is happening with members and all around the country, praying for these amazing individuals who, senseless, terrible event that took place, and as I said, they're struggling for their lives. H.R. 7718.
Let me just say we certainly pray for them.
H.R. 7718 is an important bill, Mr. Chairman. Since taking office, President Trump has made it one of his priorities to pursue and achieve critical criminal justice reform. He has achieved extraordinary gains toward a fair and equitable justice system. This bill addresses a shortcoming in our criminal justice system, which was predominantly designed for men, but now increasingly responsible for some women as well. The number of incarcerated women has increased 700% since the 1980s. As the number of women in prison system increases, it becomes especially important to ensure that the prison system addresses their needs as well. This includes protecting the health of their unborn children. This bill is another step toward achieving the goal President Trump has fought so hard to achieve. This bill offers a guaranteed level of care to be provided for incarcerated pregnant women. It ensures a specific standard of care across the Federal Bureau of Prison System. While the health and safety of these unborn children should be the highest priority, their mothers should be given appropriate prenatal care to ensure a safe pregnancy and delivery. This bill will further the President's efforts to achieve critical criminal justice reform and advance our priority of protecting the life of the unborn. I support this legislation. I hope we all do, and I yield back.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does Ms. Bass seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank Chairman Nadler for considering this important bill, along with the co-sponsors, Representative Reschenthaler and Lesko. The Protecting the Health and Wellness of Babies and Pregnant Women in Custody Act has been long in coming and will address a glaring deficiency in the way in which the criminal justice system treats pregnant and postpartum women in custody. I'm grateful for the support, especially from the staff who worked long and hard to get us here, to the markup of H.R. 7718, a comprehensive and strong bipartisan bill. The first issue this bill seeks to tackle is the paucity of information that exists about pregnant women in custody by requiring the Bureau of Justice Statistics to collect and report data about the demographics and physical and mental health needs of women who are pregnant, in labor, or in postpartum recovery at the federal, state, tribal, and local levels. This is a key component of the bill because we can't address a problem for which we don't have proper information. Now, we do have lots of anecdotal information, and I'd like to share a couple of stories with you. We have learned about women who complained of stomach pain while they were incarcerated, and instead of being treated and said that they were pregnant, a woman was put in isolation, and by herself, alone, she delivered her baby. There was another example of a woman put in isolation while she was pregnant. She delivered her baby. Unfortunately, her baby didn't survive. Representative Rushenthaler and I did a Facebook Live, and we talked to a woman who went through her pregnancy in county jail. And when she went to her prenatal appointments and they were doing the sonogram, they wouldn't tell her anything about the baby. She didn't know if it was a boy, she didn't know if it was a girl, if the baby was healthy, etc. And then when she delivered the child, they didn't even allow her to see or touch the child as well as numerous stories about injuries from people being shackled. And then in some prisons, some facilities, to meet the extra nutritional needs of pregnant women, in some facilities they were given an extra peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the evening. The bill ensures that appropriate medical services and programs related to pregnancy and childbirth are provided in the Bureau of Prisons and made available to women in custody. This includes complete health services for the life cycle of women. If you don't do this, you are, and compliance with protocols that have to do with the health of pregnant women. If you don't do this, you are essentially compromising the health of the mother and the child. And granted, somebody is in custody. We do want to punish them for their offenses, but this does not make sense to punish the unborn child. That's what we are doing when we don't take care of the mother. Significantly, H.R. 7718 reiterates and improves upon the prohibition on the use of restraints on pregnant women that Congress approved in the First Step Act, adding a prohibition on the use of restrictive housing for pregnant and postpartum women in federal custody. With this bill, we take the next step in protecting pregnant women by ensuring that a decision on whether a woman will be shackled or placed in restrictive housing occurs only in the most rare of situations. Building on the First Step Act, we mandate that the director of the BOP and the director of the Marshal Services develop and incorporate into their trainings guidelines on the treatment of incarcerated women during pregnancy, labor, and postpartum recovery, including guidelines on proper transportation, housing, nutritional requirements, and the right of a healthcare professional to request that restraints not be used. With this bill, the federal government is quite appropriately taking a lead, but we are certainly not leaving states and localities behind. First, the bill directs a GAO study of services and protections for pregnant incarcerated women in local and state correctional facilities. H.R. 7718 uses a carrot instead of a stick to encourage change by creating the Pregnant Women in Custody Grant Program to authorize the Attorney General to make grants to state, tribal, and local governments to promote the health needs of incarcerated pregnant women in the criminal justice system. Grant funds will be used for the promotion of the safety and wellness of pregnant women in custody and provision of OBGYN care, facilitation of resources and support services for nutrition and physical and mental health. Colleagues, the need is great. You might recall a Native American woman who recently passed away of COVID. She was pregnant. She was put in a facility, and unfortunately her baby survived, but she did not. In America, even if a woman is in prison or in jail, she is still entitled to a healthy pregnancy, and the unborn child should not be punished. Her child deserves a chance to enter this world safely, to grow, and to thrive. So I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 7718.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Lesko seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, it's me seeking recognition, Reschenthaler.
It's for what purpose does Mr. Reschenthaler seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You two look so much alike. Right?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd first like to just recognize Representative Bass, Lesko, and Clark for joining me in this important legislation, the Protecting the Health and Wellness of Babies and Pregnant Women in Custody Act. I, in particular, want to thank Chairwoman Bass for her just incredible dedication to enacting criminal justice reform. The Chairwoman is a tireless advocate, and it's an absolute honor to work with her. I know my colleague already referenced a Facebook Live video that we did together and some other work. I just want to say it was an absolute pleasure to work with my colleague from California on this bill and others, and hopefully more in the future. But when it comes to this bill in particular, it's important to know that women are actually the fastest growing population in federal prisons, yet the system was never designed for women in mind. It was a system that was designed with men in mind. So we need to do more to address the unique health needs and the healthcare needs in particular of incarcerated women who are pregnant, as well as those of their unborn children. This will, of course, have a positive impact on not only the women that are incarcerated, the unborn children, and their families. H.R. 7718 establishes standards of care for pregnant women, unborn children, and newborns in federal custody. Further, the bill limits the use of restraints and restrictive housing for pregnant and postpartum prisoners. By providing incarcerated women with access to pregnancy-related health care and services, we can ensure better outcomes for not only the mothers, but also the babies as well. So again, I just want to thank Representative Bass, Lesko, and Clark for working with me on this incredibly important issue, and I would urge my colleagues on this committee to approve the legislation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Jayapal seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very proud to be marking up the Protecting the Health and Wellness of Babies and Pregnant Women in Custody Act, and I want to thank my colleagues, Representatives Bass, Reschenthaler, Clark, and Lesko for their work to move the crucial bill forward. This is a critical issue, and I've been so honored to work with Ms. Bass on this issue through other bills, including our Dignity for Incarcerated Women Act and its inclusion in the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization. We are here today for the approximately 1,400 pregnant people who were admitted to 22 U.S. state and all federal prisons in a recent year. We are here today for Andrea Circle-Bear, the first woman to die of COVID-19 in federal prison. Andrea was sent to prison while 8.5 months pregnant, and after contracting COVID-19, she gave birth by cesarean section while on a ventilator and died soon after. We are here today for Diana Sanchez, who gave birth by herself without any medical aid or assistance, alone in a cell in the Denver County Jail. We are here today for an anonymous woman from Lake Stevens, Washington, my home state, who gave birth to her son in a toilet at the Snohomish County Jail. She screamed from labor pains. The medical staff simply told her to lie down and use a feminine napkin. We are here today for Pamela Wynn, who fell to the ground while being transported with shackles at her ankles, wrists, and belly, pregnant. After waiting weeks to receive medical care after her fall and only received prenatal vitamins for the bleeding, she miscarried her baby. We are here for the countless people who have given birth in shackles, given birth alone, and spent their days before and after birth in isolation, whose stories we'll never know, whose experiences are unimaginable and largely unknown as they happen behind bars and out of our collective view. And that's why the bill is so important. These horrifying stories are a result of a prison system that hasn't considered the unique needs of pregnant people. This bill requires robust data collection so we can understand how many more Pamelas, Dianas, Andreas, and anonymous people there are that have experienced pregnancy, birth, and postpartum recovery in correctional institutions. It finally establishes a national standard of health care to address the pregnancy-related needs of incarcerated people during pregnancy, labor, delivery, and postpartum periods. I'm proud to represent a state that in 2010 became the 7th state in the nation to pass a law to ban the use of restraints on individuals in labor or postpartum recovery. And I'm proud that Washington State passed a law in 2018 that allows doulas and midwives to provide services to incarcerated people who are pregnant or who have recently given birth. But the policies governing the treatment of incarcerated pregnant women across the country vary greatly, and without adequate training, such laws fail to actually provide their intended protections. This bill takes the bold step to provide training and technical assistance to ensure that state laws on the use of restraints and restricted housing are appropriately followed. And it also creates a critical grant program to bolster state efforts to meet and exceed the standards set forth in the bill and develop innovative programs to address the needs of pregnant people behind bars. Between the years 1980 and 2016, the number of women incarcerated in American jails and prisons increased by more than 700%. This translates into more incarcerated pregnant people, more babies born, and more people in postpartum recovery behind bars. Everyone deserves a chance to give birth with dignity. Everyone deserves to recover from childbirth with dignity and care that addresses their physical and emotional needs. We must fight to continually decrease our nation's reliance on jails and prisons, establish more programs to divert pregnant people and parents from incarceration. I thank my colleagues for this bill, and I urge the committee to support the bill.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Lesko seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Well, I have to give Representative Bass a lot of credit. I remember, so I'm the co-chair, I'm the Republican co-chair of the Women's Caucus, and so I got to know Brenda Lawrence pretty good. Well, Brenda is friends with Karen Bass, Representative Bass, and so we went out to dinner. I don't know how long ago that was. It was probably a year, maybe longer ago. And you know, I showed up wanting to talk, and Representative Bass was so prepared. She handed me at dinner this folder with all of her priorities in it. And one of the priorities was this one. And so I have to say, she is a very organized person, and this is a good bill that we can work in a bipartisan fashion. And so, as you and I know in this committee, there's a lot of issues we don't agree on, and we debate, and we argue, and sometimes we get mad, but this is a good one. I was in the state legislature, state house and state senate. In 2012, Arizona passed similar type of legislation, of which I supported then. I'm a pro-life Republican woman, and we should support pregnant women, and protect life. And so I think this is a good common sense bill. And I applaud Representative Bass. She is very good at this and getting Republicans and Democrats to work together. And with that, I just want to say I support the bill, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
To strike the last words.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Congresswoman Lesko, for giving us the roadmap to your heart. You'll have a long list of invitations to dinner from now on. I am delighted to support this legislation and to thank my colleague from California, Congressman Bass, and our Republican co-sponsors, and to indicate with a little bit of tenure that surprisingly, we've had some great opportunities for bipartisan legislation, and so I'm just pronouncing, Congresswoman, that we're going to accelerate that. I thank you for this thoughtful initiative. It is clear that more women are seeing the halls of prison. Many of them are mothers, parents. They leave behind children. Many of them are incarcerated, unfortunately, through actions of the significant other or husband that they're involved in. A lot of these are drug offenses. A lot of these are responses to domestic violence, which generates a criminal offense even in the federal sense. And so it is clear that the Prison Bureau has to think differently about how it deals with women. And this is important for the Bureau of Justice Statistics to collect and report data relating to the demographics and physical and mental health needs of incarcerated women who are pregnant, in labor, or in postpartum recovery at the federal, state, tribal, and local levels. In addition, I think it is important for us to look to the questions of how women are able to interact with their children that are already their children and that they're outside, obviously, of the prison system. The bill will help ensure that appropriate medical services and programs related to pregnancy and childbirth are provided in the Bureau of Prisons and made available to women in custody. I think it is also important for what I have been able to see in the immigration infrastructure that includes detention centers that are in some instances connected to the Bureau of Prison, and that is how undocumented women are treated. I hope that this legislation will have a broad enough reach to ensure that the inadequacies of women that I have met along the border who may ultimately go into one of our detention centers, one in particular who had just given birth and her baby was only 45 days old. We happened to be visiting the border at that time and convinced her caretakers at that time, obviously under DHS, that she needed to go to the hospital. But you wonder how many examples were like that even in our own system here in the United States. So I am very delighted to support this legislation and add to my colleagues' thinking, and I hope that as we continue to work here to pass the HEROES Act to fight against evictions and mortgage foreclosures and the lack of testing resources and the lack of resources for our state and local government, we may have an opportunity again to look at legislation, and I would offer the Samara Act, which was included in the Violence Against Women Act. I'm very excited about that, but it is a stagnation and stagnated over in the Senate. But I appreciate the understanding of that legislation, which directs the Bureau of Prisons to establish a pilot program to allow incarcerated women who also give birth while incarcerated, children born during such incarceration, to reside together in a separate prison housing unit. That doesn't require additional construction. It only requires the isolation so that in the initial days of birth, up to 6 months, that mother and child can bond. So again, this is an important step, and I congratulate the sponsor and co-sponsors for their great effort. And watch out, there will be more dinners coming soon. With that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I want to thank the chairman, and I want to thank Congresswoman Bass, again, for her bipartisanship. We've worked with her over the years, and she's done a tremendous job on this committee and elsewhere, so I would encourage her to continue doing that. I also want to thank Congresswoman Lesko and Congressman Reschenthaler for their leadership on this issue. I'm firmly pro-life, and I see this legislation as a common-sense pro-life effort, which in my view is necessary to protect the lives of the unborn and their mothers while those mothers may be incarcerated. According to the American Conservative Union, over the last 40 years, the number of incarcerated women in the United States has increased by more than 700%. 700%. As such, we must put a greater priority on the health of pregnant women while they may be incarcerated. This legislation aims to accomplish that by prohibiting the use of restrictive housing and restraints from for pregnant inmates during pregnancy, labor, and postpartum recovery. It also ensures that incarcerated pregnant women receive appropriate health care for high-risk pregnancies and directs the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, to study the services and protections provided for pregnant women in state and local correctional facilities and federal pretrial detention facilities. Placing pregnant women in restraints is unnecessary, and it's just wrong. And putting the baby's and the mother's health and potentially the very life at risk. As a co-sponsor of this legislation, I fully support its passage, urge my colleagues to support it as well, and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes Ms. Garcia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to take a few minutes to give my heartfelt thanks to Chairwoman Bass for leading the charge on this bill, and to all the co-sponsors that make this truly a bipartisan bill. But quite simply, it's regretful that we are still talking about something like this in the year 2020. The fact that we are still seeing some jails and prisons, and yes, also immigration detention centers, who treat women the way that they do. I know that there's been reports at detention centers where they're tracking the period of some of the young detainees, that they're shackling women who are pregnant. And just recently, we saw reports of a high number of hysterectomies being performed on Spanish-speaking migrant women. So it doesn't stop here. It's not just jails and prisons. It's also our detention centers. And that's why I'm pleased, and I hope, Mr. Chairman, that we can get a hearing sometime on my bill, H.R. 3563, the Stop Shackling and Detaining Pregnant Women Act. Because again, the same things that we're addressing here in jails and prisons are happening in many detention centers around the country. We must stop the shackling of pregnant women, and we must make sure that pregnant women get the care and the need that they need in every jail, prison, and detention center in this country. With that, Mr. Chairman, again, I want to thank Chairwoman Bass, and I want to be invited to dinner so that we can discuss H.R. 3563. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Correa seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler, and I'd also like to speak in support of my colleague from California, Rep. Bass's legislation. I want to thank Reschenthaler and Ms. Lesko as well for their co-authorship. This bill simply provides a national standard of care to address pregnancy-related needs of incarcerated women during pregnancy, labor and delivery, and postpartum period. It came to my attention that pregnant inmates have been restrained with shackles, which is extremely dangerous and inhuman, and no woman deserves to be subjected to this cruelty. We need to follow the lead of the medical community, experts, and advocates to push for national standards of care for women in jail during a pregnancy. And I'm proud to co-sponsor this legislation, and I urge swift passage. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 7718 favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8161, the One-Stop Shop Community Reentry Program Act of 2020, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 8161 to authorize implementation.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 8161, the One-Stop Shop Community Reentry Program Act, would authorize grants to community organizations to create centralized reentry intake and coordination centers that would guide individuals recently released from correctional facilities through the difficult process of rejoining their communities. Having reentry resources available in the community is only part of the reentry challenge. Reentering individuals need easy access to the available programs so that they may start the difficult reintegration process with assistance at every step of the way. This bill would provide comprehensive support to recently released individuals at community reentry centers which would start to provide support the minute someone is released. The proposed community centers would provide assistance at each critical step of the reentry process. Upon release from jail or prison, the reentry centers would pick up an individual or facilitate their transportation to the reentry center and would immediately start the process of finding housing for the recently released individual. Additionally, the proposed community centers would provide job training and would assist returning individuals with applying for benefits for which these individuals are eligible. For those who have reentry plans, the community reentry centers this bill proposes would provide case management and wraparound support. This type of comprehensive support is necessary to address the challenges of reentry. Many newly released inmates face serious problems, which can unfortunately exacerbate pre-existing problems with drug addiction and mental illness and can lead to unsuccessful outcomes such as homelessness. A failure to address these issues may also lead to recidivism and additional impacts on the community. Sadly, the families of returning individuals face these failures most acutely. This bill would address these challenges head-on by offering the type of comprehensive support the one-stop shop envisions. Patrons of the reentry centers would benefit from being guided through the difficult reentry process, often by persons who have been through the very same experience. This bill also authorizes a second initiative to assist reentering citizens in communities that do not have a large enough number of reentering individuals to maintain a standalone community reentry center. To address the challenges experienced by these individuals, the bill proposes a 24/7 reentry hotline to assist those recently released with reentry services near their homes. The reentry hotline would maintain a list of reentry services throughout the United States for individuals who are released into a different community or who need to relocate to abide by the terms of their release. Of the few studies that have assessed the effectiveness of reentry services, a number have found that more robust and comprehensive reentry services are better at reducing recidivism and promoting the long-term success of reentering individuals. H.R. 8161 proposes to offer the type of support and program access that gives reentering individuals the best chance at success. I thank Crime Subcommittee Chair Karen Bass for her continued leadership on these issues and for introducing this important bipartisan legislation along with Mr. Reschenthaler. I urge my colleagues to support me in supporting this bill. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The President has been a leader in criminal justice reform. He has used his pardon power wisely to effectuate the goals of justice. He has signed bipartisan legislation, such as the First Step Act, designed to make our criminal justice system fairer. The First Step Act reauthorized programs that support state, local, and tribal governments and nonprofit organizations in their work to reduce recidivism and improve outcomes for people returning from incarceration. Reentry is critical to reducing this recidivism, improving public safety, and saving taxpayer dollars. We have seen successful criminal justice reform programs, including reentry programs work in Republican-led states like Texas and Georgia. H.R. 8161 may be a well-intended bill to build on the Trump administration's strong criminal justice reform initiatives, but the grant program for prison reentry services already exists in currently authorized programs. I'm concerned that this bill may be duplicative of existing grant programs found in the Second Chance Act. We should ensure that we are not wasting our valuable resources on duplicative efforts before spending more taxpayer dollars and expanding the footprint of the federal government. Anything we do should complement President Trump's criminal justice initiatives, not compete with them. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Bass seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank the chairman for bringing up this bill for consideration today, and the bill that I have introduced, again with my colleague, Guy Reschenthaler, would fill a critical void in reentry services by providing resources for state and local jurisdictions to make grants to establish a more centralized process for assisting individuals. And I appreciate the comments of the ranking member, but one of the differences between this and Second Chance Act, we have a gap in reentry services. And a lot of the services, the majority of them, 95%, are really provided by the government, by probation, by parole, et cetera. This is an effort to actually have community-based organizations, nonprofits, sometimes might be run by formerly incarcerated folks, to do work that the government really shouldn't do. So this is the idea here, is to provide a level of hand-holding, if you will, for people who are incarcerated when they come out. Because what happens is that we essentially release people sometimes in the dead of night, sometimes with a little bit of money, and they're expected to kind of fend for themselves. Now, that's just fine if you have a family to come pick you up and you have no problems. But think about the large percentage of foster youth who wind up incarcerated because we've essentially put them out on the street when they're 18 years old. Then they get involved in criminal behavior. They get incarcerated. Well, when they get released, who takes care of them? So the idea is that a lot of times when people get out, they need basic things like, I need to get an ID, I need a driver's license, I need to deal with my child support, I don't know where I'm going to live. Those are duties that should not be provided by the government. The idea here is that people who are formerly incarcerated can provide that type of support and service, and in fact are already doing it. When we had a hearing, we had several examples of formerly incarcerated people who had turned their lives around, got college degrees, established nonprofit organizations, and they did the type of hand-holding that you would never expect probation or parole to do, including picking people up. The idea is that you would go to one facility and all of the various services would be there. Because again, what happens is that in our cities, in our towns, services are dispersed. And the person who is just getting out of jail is supposed to navigate all of that. The person just getting out of jail might be told, you need to find a job or you need to find housing within a certain amount of time, or we're going to be violating you and putting you back in prison and incarcerating you again. This doesn't serve anybody. 85% of the people who are incarcerated do get out, and the majority of them go to certain zip codes. So you have a lot of communities, part of my district, for example, you have a lot of people from particular zip codes who are released to those areas. If we don't help them reintegrate into society, then why would we be surprised when they fall back into criminal behavior? So the very laws that we pass to be tough on crime, in a lot of instances, also reduced the places where people who are formerly incarcerated can work. So we have actually put up a lot of barriers, and ironically, some of the laws that we pass to get tough on crime actually create problems with crime in low-income areas where people who are formerly incarcerated are released. And so the idea behind this bill is not duplicative. It does not duplicate the Second Chance Act, but it works in conjunction with the Second Chance Act. And the idea, again, is to provide resources to communities so that the government does not have to provide this service. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Armstrong seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
It's not just urban areas and high density, it's rural areas that don't have these services in place, or have these services in a very different way. I don't want duplicative programs. I think there could be, I could tell you that I think there should maybe be a matching grant so state and local communities are invested in this as well. All that being said, I would just like to reiterate a couple things. You walk out of prison, you have 3 years of probation, you maybe are on addiction-related crimes, you walk out, and if any of you think that you can deal with your probation officer, your addiction counselor, trying to get on Medicaid, trying to do all of these things, get a driver's license, do all of these different things, I can tell you that as somebody with an undergraduate degree and a law degree, I would get frustrated very quickly and have on behalf of my clients. Now taking somebody out who has never done these things, maybe doesn't have a high school degree, doesn't have these different issues, and putting him into that situation, the most vulnerable time for somebody being released from prison is the first 30 days. When you utilize government housing, dealing with those issues, one of the fundamental problems you have is a lot of people who are coming out have addiction-related issues. They may have served for 18 months, they may have served for 3 years, they may have served for any period of time. But if you go into an area where there are a whole bunch of released prisoners in the same apartment complex, different types of areas, it doesn't take very much to imagine that if one person has a relapse, you can have 17, 18 people in the same facility having a relapse. But I think most importantly, and I think this is the point to this, is in just about every state or every community across the country, there are people like Congresswoman Bass was talking about, former felons who have gotten involved in this and try and help other people through. We have a group in North Dakota called the F5 Project. And to be with all due respect to my state and federal agencies, they do a better job than all of them. And their biggest struggle is competing for funding in these types of scenarios. So having this specific grant program that exists to allow it to go to somebody who has immediately more credibility with the person immediately released from prison because they have been where they're at and they work through it and they continue to work through it and they talk to them in different ways and they help them through these processes, and it's less confrontational. People released are less skeptical of disclosing things that are going on, and these are exactly the kind of programs. Most states, when they do this, whether they're conservative states or liberal states, North Dakota's done it, New Jersey's done it, Texas has done it, we call it justice reinvestment. And I think that's because alternatives to incarceration never really caught on. But it really is a reinvestment. And if you look at the return on investment for breaking that cycle of addiction or that cycle of crime in a family unit moving forward, the taxpayer dollars and the way you save a lot of these things is really, really important. And not to mention recidivism is obviously incredibly costly to the local community. And when you're talking about law enforcement, and this is some of the debates we have had on private bills, 2 million out of the 2.3 million people who are incarcerated in this country are incarcerated at state and local level. So the only way to accurately and actively do this is through a grant program like this. So I'm concerned that there maybe aren't necessarily enough guardrails on this to protect it, but I think as we move it forward, we can get those things in place. And I think this is a fantastic bill, and I commend everybody. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Ms. Dean seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The death of George Floyd this summer ushered in a national reckoning with race and the ways in which the criminal justice system maintains America's caste system. Incarceration and recidivism are tangled in a devastating dance that inflict unnecessary harm on communities, on families across this country. The recidivism rate is about 43%. That means that nearly half of the people in prison now will find themselves back behind bars. And the reasons for this are clear. Formerly incarcerated people are given few resources, innumerable obstacles, and limited support in successfully reentering society. Chairwoman Bass has a plan to change that. The One Stop Shop Community Reentry Program Act. And data shows and research shows this works. I am delighted to see the bipartisan support in this committee. America should be watching. They'd be proud of this bipartisan support. This legislation will provide key resources like job training, housing assistance, financial counseling, substance abuse treatment, access to mobile phones, the internet, and many other tools in one location for formerly incarcerated Americans. Every day my neighbors ask me, what is Congress doing about racial injustice? What are their leaders doing about criminal justice reform? I am sure all of my colleagues hear similar questions in your home districts. Our communities are literally begging us to enact changes like this bill. And I hope we will soon take up the PREP Act that I was so honored to introduce to be a co-sponsor alongside our late Elijah Cummings. So I thank Chairwoman Bass for bringing this bill forward and working to make sure it did have and does have bipartisan support. This is the future. This is an improvement. This is real criminal justice reform, and it's in all of our best interest. I hope we see it pass today, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Reschenthaler seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm incredibly proud that today this committee is voting the One Stop Community Reentry Center Grant Program Act, which I introduced with Crime Subcommittee Chairwoman Karen Bass. I want to thank Chairwoman Bass for the second time this morning for her incredible dedication to enacting criminal justice reform. Representative Bass is a tireless advocate, and it's an absolute honor to work with her on this important subject matter, and I hope it's the start of more bills to come. So again, I want to thank my good friend and colleague from California. I served as a district judge in southwestern Pennsylvania. I saw firsthand the revolving door between prison and the street. I saw the struggles faced by those attempting to rebuild their lives after incarceration. Working on the front lines of the criminal justice system, the judicial system rather, showed me that we can reduce crime by giving individuals the tools they need to live productive and fulfilling lives. The One Stop Community Reentry Center Grant Program Act will reduce recidivism by helping formerly incarcerated individuals reintegrate into society as soon as their sentence ends. Specifically, the bill creates a new grant program for community-based nonprofits to operate one-stop reentry centers. Roughly 600,000 Americans are released from prison each year. These centers will help those of that 600,000 successfully re-enter into society. Absent these programs and absent other measures, over 2/3 of those released from prison will be arrested for another crime. You know, I always say that the best way to be tough on crime is to be smart on crime. And you can't be any tougher on crime than reducing recidivism rates, because you literally prevent future crimes from occurring. So reducing recidivism means fewer crimes committed and fewer victims of crime. This just makes sense. Re-entry programs like this lower recidivism rates. They empower formerly incarcerated individuals to take control of their futures and to contribute to their communities. By providing these men and women with housing, with education, with health, and with employment assistance, we can set up for future success and make communities safer. Again, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank my friend and colleague, Chairwoman Bass, and her staff, because I know they too worked very hard on this legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Correa seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler. First of all, let me thank Rep. Bass for writing this bill, One-Stop Shop Community Reentry Program. Ms. Bass, I want to call this your common sense legislation. After an individual has paid his debt to society, they're released lacking any real job skills or any life skills. According to the New York Times, people who have been released from prison are 10 times more likely to become homeless in the general public. But I don't need to read the New York Times to tell me about these statistics. I live within half a mile from the local county jail, and I can tell you that every day I see homeless that are tattooed, asking for handouts. And if you ever stop to speak to some of these homeless, you find out that they're actually very intelligent, very talented human beings that are just lost. They don't know where to get the counseling to address their underlying issues of mental health or substance abuse. They don't know where to go get coached to get a job. They don't know where to get coached to get a driver's license, a new social security number. They're essentially lost. And as some of our colleagues have spoken, the resources are there, but there's a great disconnect between getting these folks that need these help, these counseling issues addressed, and where the resources are. Your bill, Ms. Bass, does exactly that. Puts individuals that have been in the system into nonprofit settings to work with those that have just gotten out of the system. common sense legislation, and I urge swift passage of your legislation. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to take a slightly different approach as I rise to support this and thank the co-sponsor or the sponsor of this legislation. It's just to emphasize to my colleagues the weight of important legislation and committee hearings that this committee has held. I think we have shown in this session of Congress and some before of the power of the Judiciary Committee to be able to respond to the needs of the American people, whether it is holding social media companies accountable, whether or not it is dealing with a heartbreak crisis, dealing with justice in policing in a fair and unbiased manner, whether or not it addresses the constitutional questions and the rule of law that have been so vital to protecting the Constitution and democracy. And so it is clear that a large body of people leave our prisons every year due to the mass incarceration of the 1980s and 1990s. So there is a major population needing the kind of guidance that One Stop Shop Community Reentry Program provides. Those of us who've been engaged with those individuals through detention centers in the federal, many of them in my congressional district, or at least one major one, and then halfway houses as well, we find that the greatest denial of opportunity is lack of information. And so this does several things that I appreciate. One, it engages nonprofits who have the good intentions of those leaving prison as their main occupation. And it provides not only to states and local governments, but what we've been trying to do is to include indigenous people through tribes. And it helps community-based nonprofits to have these reentry entities, which is also part of the Justice and Policing Act, where we engage nonprofits for the whole concept of reimagining police. So this legislation will keep individuals, potential breadwinners, mothers and fathers who come out from the wrong path and will get them on the right path and help them to secure work, to be able to go to school, and to, again, as I heard my colleague indicate, to really put a dent in recidivism. I have seen, having visited federal prisons over the years, the goodwill and wishes that those who are about to be released have. They have the aspiration and dreams of a kid. They want the best to happen. They want to be successful. And the bad news is that sometimes the only help they can get is from the old friends and collaborators who got them there in the first place. Wouldn't it be great if this was a model that really proliferated across the nation? And so I conclude by giving my support for this, but a challenge to our friends in the other body is that it would be helpful if in the work that we've done, the House Judiciary Committee ultimately going to the floor, Mr. Chairman, this legislation can be passed into law through the Senate and to ensure that good work has a final ending of being the law of the land so that so many people could be helped. So I rise to support this legislation and thank the co-sponsors and the author of the legislation and yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Cicilline seek recognition? I'm sorry, for what purpose does Mr. Cohen seek recognition?
Recognition to strike the last word.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Speaker, Leader, all the above. This bill is long in coming, and it's important in all of our districts to give people that opportunity to reenter society quickly and easily. It's not easy. When people are in prison and you just release them, you're in essence dumping them out. rather than giving them a path to have a productive life. I want to thank Mr. Armstrong and Mr. Reschenthaler for co-sponsoring this bill. I thought Kenny's statements, Mr. Armstrong's statements were outstanding, that this should be called a reinvestment act, or some states call it a reinvestment act or reinvestment trust. It makes a lot of sense. You know, in New York, there was a terrible killing, terrible, sad murder of a young lady in Morningside Park last December. A 13-year-old and two 14-year-olds stabbed and killed a talented, beautiful young lady going to Barnard College. Killed her, stabbed her, killed her, robbing her. One of the assailants' father was in prison. He was released and returned to prison on a violation of his conditions of release. You don't know it, but it's entirely possible that if he were had the availability of one of these process centers, that he would have gotten a better start in life, and maybe he would not have gone back to prison, and maybe he would have instilled better values in his son, and that lady would still be alive. So this is important for the children of the incarcerated, that were released, for their children and their families, and for the people who have been victims of assault, murder, by people who have not had parents to give them any better direction in life. So I'm proud to sponsor. Is Representative Bass still with us? Is he still on the call? I'd like to be a co-sponsor.
I'm here.
Add me as a sponsor. I'd like to be added as a sponsor. If that's okay, Representative Bass.
Thank you.
Well, I made my request. And is Representative Jordan on the call?
Representative Jordan? Is there anything number?
Would Representative Jordan, you have a question?
Yes.
Representative Jordan, you're a member of my class, and we're friends for a long time. My hearing might not be as good as it used to be. I thought you said the president, I think the adjective you used was widely used the pardon power. Did I hear you correctly? Did you say widely, or was my hearing?
I think I said he effectuated the pardon power the way it was intended. I can go back and look at my comments, but I believe I said something to that effect.
Okay, thank you, Representative Jordan. That's better. I mean, I don't think he's done it the way it should have used it, but he certainly hadn't used it widely, and I guess I didn't hear that correctly.
I think I said wisely. Yes, wisely. Wisely. W-I-S-E-L-Y.
Wisely.
No, wise with an S.
One of them laughed. Thank you. That's Bill, but obviously he's issued about 37 pardons while he should be issuing thousands, because there are people in prison for victimless offenses and have been there, they're old and should be released because of the fact that they're old and have served plenty of time, and so there should be thousands of people released, not just Kim Kardashian, our friends of Sylvester Stallone, our people who contributed and held fundraisers for millions like Milken. But that's another issue for another day, and maybe for the next month and a half, 2 months. With that, I thank the representative for her work. I hope and I yield back the balance.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose is Ms. Bass seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the statement by Representative Cicilline, who was not able to make it back in time.
Without objection, the statement by Mrs. Cicilline will be entered into the record. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 8161 favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Votes have been called on the House floor, so the committee will stand in recess until the conclusion of votes. We will return immediately after those votes are concluded. The committee stands in recess. committee will come to order. Due to an oversight, the amendment in the nature of a substitute was not brought up on H.R. 8161. With no agreement of with the agreement of the ranking member, another objector, with the agreement of the ranking member, without objection, a motion to reconsider the vote on ordering H.R. 8161 reported is adopted. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute that was circulated to members on Friday, September 11th is adopted, and the bill as amended is favorably reported to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8169, the Elder Abuse Protection Act of 2020, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 8169 to amend the Elder Abuse...
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 8169, the Elder Abuse Protection Act of 2020, would establish the Elder Justice Initiative as a permanent Department of Justice coordinating element, require the Elder Justice Initiative to post online materials for the public to help identify elder abuse and report it, and require the initiative to translate into Spanish the materials it prepares aimed at the public. Elder abuse is a pernicious crime. Physical abuse can lead to early death, debilitating physical limitations, and damaged psychological health. Emotional abuse can leave elderly Americans feeling fearful, depressed, and further isolated. Financial abuse can leave elderly Americans destitute and forced to make substantial adjustments to their lifestyle. And it is particularly tragic as elderly Americans can see their whole life savings be stolen away. In addition, elder abuse can sever family ties and destroy long-standing relationships. Every community in the United States has been impacted by instances of elder abuse. A study in my home state of New York found that an estimated 1 in 13 elderly individuals had been victims of at least one form of elder abuse in the previous year. These numbers are astounding. Even worse, according to one study funded by the National Institute of Justice, elderly Americans who were victims of psychological, physical, or sexual abuse were almost 5 times more likely to be victimized again. The same study found that a lack of social support for victims of elder abuse was a uniquely predictive factor for depression, general anxiety disorder, and poor health. We must do more to interrupt the cycle of elder abuse. In recent years, Congress has worked to help focus federal and local law enforcement efforts on elder abuse. Making permanent the Elder Justice Initiative is an important step toward normalizing DOJ-wide coordination efforts and is an important sign to United States attorneys nationwide that prosecuting elder abuse will and should remain a priority for the foreseeable future. This bill also requires that the Elder Justice Initiative's current library of materials remain online and available to prosecutors and frontline elder abuse responders. But this alone is not enough. Making available elder abuse resources that are accessible to all Americans is critically important. In 2016, the Department of Health and Human Services estimated that the Latino population in the United States aged 65 and over was almost 4 million. This is approximately 8% of the overall population of those aged 65 and over in the United States. To meet the needs of the Latino population, H.R. 8169 mandates that public materials on the Elder Justice Initiative website be translated into Spanish. Providing these translated resources will not only help Spanish-speaking older Americans find needed resources, but will also strengthen family bonds by educating Spanish-speaking caretakers to spot warning signs of abuse. Empowering older Spanish-speaking Americans and their families is an important step to reducing elder abuse within a particularly vulnerable group. Elder justice and protecting the rights of older Americans has been a bipartisan effort. I thank our colleague, Representative Garcia, for taking up this important issue, and I ask all my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill builds on the President's strong record of protecting America's seniors and responding to elder abuse in America. In 2017, the President signed into law the Elder Abuse Prevention and Prosecution Act to improve the justice system's response to victims in elder abuse and exploitation cases. In 2018, President Trump signed an executive order that established a task force within the Justice Department that placed new emphasis on the growing problems of cyber fraud and fraud that was specifically targeting the elderly. The department appointed a National Elder Justice Coordinator to oversee the work to combat elder fraud. And in all, 94 U.S. attorneys' offices have now a prosecutor who specifically focuses on the most pressing elder justice issues facing each of those 94 jurisdictions. The department also established an Elder Justice Initiative to support and coordinate the department's enforcement and programmatic efforts to combat elder abuse, neglect, financial fraud cases, and scams that target our seniors, as the chairman mentioned in his remarks. This bill codifies the Trump administration's Elder Justice Initiative as a program within the Department of Justice Criminal Division. It's a bill before us today that will make permanent the thoughtful and successful initiatives implemented by Attorney General Barr and the administration. I want to thank the sponsor of this legislation and would urge our members to support it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Garcia seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm proud to have introduced the Elder Abuse Protection Act of 2020 to ensure that our seniors, the group most disproportionately affected by COVID-19, are not the targets of fraudulent crimes. Mr. Chairman, many of you all may not know, but my first job was as a geriatric social worker. I worked closely with seniors, making sure that they were protected from many of the abuses that they may be subjected to, whether it's physical abuse, psychological abuse, verbal abuse, sexual abuse, financial exploitation, or neglect. And now, of course, with the world of technology, we have internet abuse. Significantly, earlier this year, the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Internet Crime Complaint Center released its 2019 Internet Crime Report. It details over 68,000 complaints received from victims of over the age of 60 with adjusted losses of $835 million. What's worse is that these statistics reflect only those complaints in which the victim voluntarily provided their age range as over 60. Victims over the age of 60 are targeted by perpetrators because they're believed to have significant income. Many times, their retirement benefits, their Social Security benefits, and other benefits they've earned. This is especially important in the wake of COVID-19, which many experts say has led to a significant increase in the number of abuse cases of elderly people. Significantly, as the United States ages, diversifies, and modernizes, the number of older adults experiencing elder abuse is unfortunately also projected to increase. You have already given us the number of Latinos in the United States that are subjected to a lot of abuse. But by 2060, that number will increase to almost 20 million Latinos in this country that may be subjected to this type of abuse. Given this rapid growth rates and projected increases, public online resources should be made available to Spanish-speaking Americans. Providing Spanish language sources to the public will therefore reach this underserved population and will provide an important resource to millions of residents throughout our country, some 20 million Americans, many of them in Texas and in my home district. Essentially, due to the quarantine measures and limitations on visiting facilities and nursing homes, it has made it easier for abuse, neglect, and fraud to go undetected. This bill is a simple bill that everyone on this committee should embrace. The chairman has done an excellent job of outlining the analysis. All I want to add is that, particularly today, the beginning of Hispanic Heritage Month, it is critical that we pass this bill not only for elder Hispanic Americans, but for all Americans, because all of us have an elder in our family. I again thank Chairman Nadler for his leadership and the members of this committee for marking up this essential piece of legislation. Mr. Chairman, I also have and ask for unanimous consent to add to the record the FBI's 2019 Internet Crime Report, an article by the Pew Research Center titled "A Majority of English-Speaking Hispanics in the U.S. Are Bilingual." 3, the 2018 and 2017 annual summaries by the Profile of Older Americans. And 4, the National Center on Elder Abuse report of last year. With that, Mr. Chairman,
Without
I urge
objection.
all my colleagues to vote for this bill. Again, it's a simple bill that should be embraced by everyone. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. McBath seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank Congresswoman Garcia, my friend, for introducing the Elder Abuse Protection Act. Later, we'll be marking up Congressman Deutsch's and Congressman Ressenthaler's bill, the bipartisan Promoting Alzheimer's Awareness to Prevent Elder Abuse Act. These bills each take important steps to protect our elders. Older Americans have faced so much pain and uncertainty in this pandemic. We know too many stories of those who have lost their friends, family members, partners, and themselves gotten sick. Even among those who have stayed healthy, they have had to spend time away from loved ones, given up hobbies, and faced even more social isolation than most of us. We must make sure our laws are supporting the needs of older Americans, especially in this very, very challenging time. The Elder Abuse Protection Act strengthens the role of the Elder Justice Coordinator and makes a permanent commitment to elder justice through the Department of Justice. Similarly, the Promoting Alzheimer's Awareness to Prevent Elder Abuse Act makes sure that we are especially mindful of the needs of those with Alzheimer's and dementia. It improves best practices, training, and reporting to better serve the needs of these Americans. I am pleased to support both of these bills. We must make sure that we prevent harm to our elders, from inadequate care to criminal activity to financial abuse. I encourage my colleagues to support these meaningful and complementary bills, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
I rise to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Yes, I'd like to applaud my fellow Texan, Congresswoman Garcia, for this initiative and recognizing not only a national problem, but a problem in her congressional district and many of our districts in the state of Texas. We are blessed to have a strong elderly population in our state, and she is right. These issues are prevalent sometimes in communities who do not get all the information because of language, and I applaud her effort in the Elder Abuse Protection Act to ensure that this be a permanent initiative and that the materials posted by this initiative be translated into Spanish. We're familiar with a study in New York that said that those who have been abused, 41 of 1,000 seniors surveyed reported they believed they had experienced financial exploitation. Elderly individuals are particularly vulnerable to abuse on account of a myriad of factors, with social isolation, mental impairment, and we will have a bill soon on Alzheimer's, which I support enthusiastically, working with the Alzheimer's Association in Houston. I know the devastation of Alzheimer's, particularly when there is no family support. These conditions, mental conditions, play a large role in the elderly being abused. The impact of elder abuse can be catastrophic both to the individual involved and their loved ones and to the American economy. Elderly Americans lose at least $2.9 billion each year to financial abuse and exploitation, and according to one study, strangers perpetrated 51% of elder abuse fraud, while financial abuse by family, friends, and neighbors constituted 34% of instances of elder abuse. We've seen in our own community, tragically and just unspeakable, and that is sexual abuse. These are innocent, vulnerable people who are being subjected to a more powerful perpetrator. It could be a relative. I've gone into homes of my constituents who are hoarders, who we've had to get the Older Americans agency in our district to help clean the homes. No one came to help them, and you could not find a space, or suffering from bad living conditions in Houston, no air conditioning, and sometimes because of their income, really no utilities as well. So this is an important initiative. It is one that emphasizes our respect for the individuals who helped build this nation. And with that, I want to add my support to this legislation, as well as H.R. 6813, promoting Alzheimer's awareness to prevent elder abuse, and H.R. 8225, the Fight Notorious Fraud Act of 2020. Thank you very much, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? In that case,
Yes, I would move.
for what purpose does Ms. Scanlon seek
Greg,
recognition?
I just wanted to add my support to Ms. Garcia's bill regarding elder abuse. As others have mentioned, the pandemic has isolated our seniors, and we've had a lot of reports of elder abuse in our region. We're fortunate that we have an agency, the Senior Law Center, that tries to help folks with these issues, but we do need to strengthen the protections for our seniors. So I would just like to speak in support of Ms. Garcia's bill as well.
For what purpose does Mr. Raskin seek recognition? Does anyone else seek recognition? In that case, a reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7636, the Custodial Interrogation Recording Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7636 to amend the omnibus.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 7636, the Custodial Interrogation Recording Act, would provide grants to state and local law enforcement agencies to implement audio and video recording of custodial interrogations. This important legislation will help bring needed transparency to the custodial interview process and protect against coerced confessions. In Miranda versus Arizona, the Supreme Court defined custodial interrogation as questioning initiated by law enforcement officers after a person has been taken into custody or otherwise deprived of his freedom of action in any significant way. This sort of pressure could adversely affect any meaningful investigation because an individual's state of mind at this point is most vulnerable. Recognizing the impact of flawed confessions on the lives of those forced to render such statements and on the integrity of the criminal justice system, this bill provides funding to assist state and local governments achieve the complete and accurate audio and video recording of every custodial interrogation. Evidence shows an alarming number of individuals who are wrongfully convicted each year due to false confessions. Recordings are critical in revealing exactly what is said during an interrogation, shedding important light on any confessions that ultimately may occur. Without an accurate record, a wrongful conviction is more likely to occur, which means not only that an innocent person may languish in jail or prison, but also that the guilty offender will go free, perhaps to offend again. The technology for conducting these recordings has advanced tremendously, and the recording of custodial interrogations is supported on a broad and bipartisan basis. Several state legislatures, courts, and police departments have begun requiring recording of interrogations. Many law enforcement personnel, scientists, and legal scholars agree. In order to reap the benefits that electronic recording affords citizens, police, prosecutors, suspects, and the justice system as a whole, the entirety of custodial interrogations must be recorded in all felony cases. The recording should commence at the moment the suspect is Mirandized and continue unaltered and uninterrupted until the end of the interview. And as the Supreme Court has stated, quote, unless adequate protective devices are employed to dispel the compulsion inherent in custodial surroundings, no statement obtained from a defendant can truly be the product of his free choice, close quote. Several state Supreme Courts have since established rules regarding taping. The Alaska Supreme Court, for example, held that the unexcused failure to record interrogations conducted in places of detention violates the Due Process Clause of the state constitution and any statement made in an unrecorded interrogation is generally inadmissible in court. Likewise, the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court has held that a defendant whose confession is not electronically recorded is entitled to have a cautionary instruction with respect to any confession read to the jury. H.R. 7636 would help all states protect their citizens in a similar way. As the Uniform Law Commission, which has developed model legislation calling for electronic recording of custodial interrogations, stated recently, we are very encouraged by the introduction of H.R. 7636 because the goal of the federal legislation is the same as the Uniform Act, to promote truth-finding during the interrogation process and to promote efficiency in the administration of the criminal justice system. I want to thank the bill's author, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, for her leadership of this effort, and I encourage all my colleagues to support this important legislation. I now recognize a distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am all for establishing a record for recording these custodial interviews, but instead of having federal grant dollars and trying to coax local governments into doing it, why don't we do it for federal law enforcement? Why don't we require it for the FBI? Bill Priestap, head of intelligence at the FBI in the previous administration, in his note says, is our goal to get Michael Flynn to get him fired or to get him to lie so that we can prosecute? They did all of that. I would like to have had that interview on some kind of recording. I'd like to see that. Maybe if that was the case, they'd actually told Flynn he was entitled to a lawyer. We know they set him up. We've seen all the evidence. We got the notes from Bill Priestap, the head of the intel at the FBI. So instead of focusing on that, why aren't we doing it for federal law enforcement? After all, we're the federal government. Mr. Armstrong had a great amendment that he offered a few weeks back that I think he's going to offer again. I hope we put that in this legislation. That would make, never forget what they did to Flynn. 49 separate occasions, 38 different people unmasked his name, 6 people at the Treasury Department unmasked Michael Flynn. They were out to get him. It'd have been nice if we'd have a record of what took place in that meeting where they set him up. That we know they talked about setting him up in the Oval Office January 5th. Obama, Biden, Comey, Rice, all there talking about how just 2 weeks later, 4 days after inauguration, they were going to set him up, get him fired, get him to lie, their term. He didn't lie, actually. Get him to do that so they could prosecute him. So let's accept Mr. Armstrong's amendment. I'm sure he's going to have a chance to talk about it here in a few minutes. Let's accept his amendment to this legislation and make this legislation really good and really fair. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope we'll do that and focus on federal law enforcement. After all, we're the Judiciary Committee for the United States Congress. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson Lee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to strike the last word.
General Lady is recognized.
Let me thank the committee and chairman, ranking member for their constructive remarks and recognition of the importance of recording interrogation. To all of my fellow public defenders and prosecutors and lawyers that are on this panel, let me thank you and civilians for also recognizing that our job is to improve the administration of justice, and it is my belief that that is what we do with the Custodial Interrogation Recording Act, which I first introduced in the 113th Congress. Let me thank my colleague, Congressman Bass, and ranking member on the subcommittee as well, and to indicate that today I think we'll make a very important step toward adding to the administration of justice. I also wish to thank the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws, with whom I first became involved in the issue nearly a decade ago. H.R. 7636, the Custodial Interrogation Recording Act, is intended to assist state, local law enforcement agencies that are already required by law to videotape custodial interrogations and to lessen the cost disincentive for these states which might otherwise enact legislation consistent with the Uniform Electronic Recordation Custodial Interrogation Act adopted in July 2010 by the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws annual meeting. Specifically, the legislation authorizes the Attorney General to make grants to states and units of local government to achieve the complete and accurate recording by both audio and video means of every custodial interrogation occurring within the state or unit of local government. Among the purposes for which grants may be made are the following: to purchase videotaping equipment, to fund the hiring and training of videotaping equipment operators, to fund the development, establishment, and maintenance of systems for handling and preserving recordings of videotape interrogations, to conduct program evaluation studies regarding the efficiency of a state or local law enforcement agency's custodial interrogation videotaping practices. I can imagine that your mind is now reviewing so many incidences that we've had over the last couple of months that would be apt for this kind of program, particularly in our states. The practice of electronically recording complete custodial interrogations has been on the increase, both in this country and throughout the world. In recent months, the nation has observed how powerful and compelling video evidence can be, from the killing of George Floyd, tragically the murder of Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia, and Rashad Brooks in Atlanta. Equally compelling and essential to the fair administration of justice is video evidence of custodial interrogations. According to the National Conference, research has demonstrated that video recording of custodial interrogations furthers three important civic values: truth-finding, efficient and fair administration of justice, and protection of constitutional guarantees. The good news about this is that custodial interrogation tells the outright truth. There is no bias, it is raw, it is direct, and it impacts everyone equally. No one is unequal in a video. Video recordings of the entire process of custodial interrogation has proven to be a major advance in law enforcement, improving the ability to solve crimes, improve cases while lowering the overall cost of investigation litigation. So, from law enforcement to victims to all in between, to our public defenders, prosecutors, people part of the justice system that should have one goal, that is justice, appreciate this kind of tactic. Video recording of custodial interrogations promotes truth-finding. Video recording of custodial interrogations promotes efficiency to the administration of justice. It provides video recording of custodial interrogations safeguards constitutional rights. And video recordings of constitutional interrogations make it easier to identify and avoid biases as well. Let me cite again the language in support from the Uniform Law Enforcement Commission. We're encouraged by the introduction of H.R. 7636 because the goal of the federal legislation is the same as the Uniform Act: to promote truth-finding during the interrogation process and to promote efficiency in the administration of justice. I'm very excited to have a letter as well from the Law Office of the Cook County Public Defender, and I ask that we recognize how important this is. I'm writing to express my support for H.R. 7636, Custodial Interrogation Recording Act, which will authorize the Attorney General to provide grants to states. Over the past several months, our country has grappled with the horrors of many cases. This will help us in defending innocent men and women who suffered. The world is just now getting a glimpse of a prevalent injustice. Thanks to the constant presence of cameras and phones, social media, this will help. As she has indicated, as a public defender, Mr. Chairman, of over 30 years, she is asking for support of this legislation, and I ask my colleagues to support the Custodial Interrogation Act 7636. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Armstrong seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7636, offered by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota.
Mr.
Add at
Armstrong
the
is
end of the
recognized
bill.
for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I love this bill. I think this is a fantastic bill. I think it's so good that I think we should put the same amendment I had on for a couple months ago regarding federal law enforcement. But I also want to say this is why people hate Congress. The two speeches that I've given, both from the sponsor of the bill and the chairman of the committee, could have been speeches in support of my amendment 2 months ago with the actual law enforcement agencies that we have control over as federal judiciary. And I want to commend particularly Ms. Jackson Lee on the definition of what is in custody in this bill, because that's where the rub is. And my amendment would simply require DOJ law enforcement to conduct all interviews with detained persons using audio recording. There are some narrow exceptions from counterintelligence, confidential informants, and exigent circumstances, the same as there are for state and local law enforcement. My colleagues should recognize this amendment. I'm pleased that my colleagues now believe that the merits of this amendment apply to local law enforcement. I just don't understand, if we are going to do this from a grant program for state and local law enforcement, why we wouldn't at the very least require it for the federal law enforcement agencies which we actually have jurisdiction over. And I see no reason why the federal government should incentivize states to record law enforcement interviews without absolutely requiring that federal law enforcement agencies do the same. And I'll yield to anybody on the other side who has an answer to that question, because it doesn't make any sense. I supported the body cameras and the dash cameras that were in the previous bill, but it simply makes no sense to record the interaction and then when you have the detention to be able to turn those things off. It makes no sense to do these grants, which are great grants, which increase transparency. They protect defendants who are being detained. They protect law enforcement because a video doesn't lie. And all of the reasons that we are supporting this for local law enforcement are the same reasons that it makes absolutely not any sense at all not to do it for federal law enforcement. We can't possibly say that the FBI, the premier law enforcement agency in the entire country, is the only one incapable of using an iPhone. And that's what we're saying by doing this. I mean, we are offering a very amendment and offering this bill, which I am going to support because it is great. It's great for law enforcement. It's great for the public trust in law enforcement. But how can you possibly do this and send it to Dickinson, North Dakota, or to Madison, Wisconsin, and then with a straight face say, yeah, but we're not going to require it for federal law enforcement because it gets us into a political narrative against the president, and we hate this president so bad that we are refusing to pass good policy simply because of who the president is right now, and we are walking into an election year. The definition regarding custodial interrogation in this bill, and if you apply it to federal law enforcement, will require the FBI, the DOJ, federal law enforcement agencies to record interviews, not just in a station after arrest prior to detention, but to do it in the same way that we are asking law enforcement to do it all over the country. 2 million out of 2.3 million people in this country are incarcerated in state and local prisons. We know this. This bill will help them. This bill will help law enforcement. This bill will help people who are being arrested. This bill will help juries, and this bill will help the administration of justice. But it absolutely boggles my mind that we would do this for state and local law enforcement without doing it for our own federal law enforcement agencies. What message is that sending? Do what we tell you to do, but we're not going to do it ourselves. We are going to allow these grants to go out to local law enforcement, and if you apply for this grant, we have very, very strict requirements as to what you have to record, how you record it, how you preserve it, do all of those things. But don't worry, we're not going to do it. FBI doesn't have to do it because their internal definition of in-custody interviews is so draconian that they can manipulate the system anytime they want. And the reason we're not going to do it isn't because it's not good policy, because you all know it is good policy. You know how I know? Because we have this bill here. We're not going to do it because the names Flynn and Manafort and Trump and all of these different agents make this thing so unbelievably toxic and so unbelievably partisan that we're just going to do it for state and local law enforcement, but we're not going to hold our federal law enforcement agencies to the same standard. That is simply ridiculous. It's beneath what we do in this committee, and you should accept this amendment because it makes Ms. Jackson-Lee's great bill even better, and with that, I yield back.
Did gentlelady withdraw her reservation?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
Let me say, Mr. Armstrong, that we agree with the objective, obviously, but the amendment, the bill we're passing today, allows the states to make certain decisions and to fit it into their thing. And if we're going to do it on the federal level, which I think we should do, we have to make the same provisions. We have to allow for different applications. So if the gentleman will withdraw his amendment, we'll be happy to work with the gentleman to develop the the accommodation, not the accommodations, to make such a federal level provision workable?
Mr. Chair, I don't withdraw my amendment. I heard the same thing, and I'm not begrudging anybody in here, but my phone hasn't rang since the last time. We're going to have a Rules Committee hearing. It is unbelievably simple to take this application and this very well thought out bill and how we move it forward, and we can do that. If there's an amendment, I accept the amendment. If we have to do some technical cleanup at rules, we can obviously do that. But this is a very thought out bill that does exactly what we want it to do. I'm just saying we should do it in the federal law enforcement agencies as well, but I withdraw my amendment.
You withdraw the amendment, okay.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, he does not withdraw the amendment?
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I wish it were as simple as you state. Unfortunately, it isn't.
Mr. Chairman,
And,
why?
Unfortunately, it isn't, and we're not prepared at this point to do this because a lot of work has to be done before it can be done, although I think it should be done. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Jordan.
Well, I'll let Mr. Goma go if that's fine on
Mr.
our
Gomer.
side. Go ahead. Your time.
We're going to have to get the votes.
Thank you. There's no reason to withdraw this amendment. If the chair were going to work with Mr. Armstrong, we would have seen that after the last time this amendment was made. Mr. Armstrong said this is why people hate Congress. Look, most of us surely understand this needs to be done. This has been a glaring error in allowing the FBI to get away with what they call 302s, where they get to write out a statement. They get to leave out things that might help a defendant. They put in things that maybe are not exactly what was said, and then that's taken into court as if that is a recording. The time to fix this was back when Mr. Armstrong made this amendment previously. But we had another chance, and here it is. And he's right. There's no reason to withdraw this amendment. If there were any interest in getting this done, then the chairman would not have waited until we have maybe 1-2 more weeks before this session is pretty much given up on as far as substance. But there are defendants who are Democrats, there are defendants who are Republicans, and they are getting screwed over by a federal system because this body will not do require of itself what it is, again, going to require of states and local law enforcement. Physicians should heal themselves. We should require this of federal law enforcement entities. And lo and behold, we have a second chance to do that. And so I really,
would the gentleman,
I don't see how we vote yes on requiring states and local governments to do this to get grants until we first require these of the federal law enforcement. It makes no sense. It is so wrong. It is just wrong. You can't have fair law enforcement if you can't have accurate assessments of what is said and what is done during the interview process. And also, it is a protection for law enforcement. It shows exactly what was said, exactly what was done, and a defendant can't come in and say, no, you don't get the whole drift of what was going on there. It protects both sides, and if we're going to have justice at the federal level ever again, it needs to start with this amendment. And because of that, I hope that this will be adopted, that we will stop the hypocrisy of which Congress is often accused, and in this case will be very, very guilty if we don't fix the federal law enforcement problem before we go and start telling the states and local government what and how they have to act. Because of that, I hope everybody will vote,
Gentlemen, yield.
or at least a majority will vote for this, and I yield my time to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, why can't we add it? I mean, if you look at the amendment, the first line of the amendment says, add at the end of the bill the following language, which I assume tracks with the statute that Ms. Jackson Lee's bill would seek to amend. You're a state and local government, you're applying for these grant dollars, you have to follow the same language that's in Mr. Armstrong's amendment. Is that right, Mr. Armstrong? I'm getting a shake of the head yet. So why in the world can't we add this? And as everyone says, Mr. Armstrong so eloquently pointed out, Judge Gohmert pointed out, require the same thing for the federal government that we're asking states to do if you want the grant dollars. That to me seems pretty straightforward. It's real easy to add. The chairman calls the vote. We all vote for it because this is consistent, this is fair, this is what needs to happen. I think everyone, both sides understand this is what needs to happen. So that's pretty simple. Why do we have to ask him to withdraw and deal with it later, even though he offered this? We had this debate 2 months ago. I think everyone here agrees. Let's call the vote. Let's add this to this legislation and pass something bipartisan. Imagine that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Lofgren seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I wanted to see not the amendment that's been proposed, but the underlying bill. First, I want to give tremendous credit to our colleague from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for this bill. It's an important advance on civil liberties. One of the concerns that I had, and it was the concern I expressed with Mr. Armstrong's amendment when we marked up our police reform bill, is the lack of an explicit requirement for notice and consent. Now, I've talked to Congresswoman Jackson Lee, and she has advised me that she is eager to work between the committee and the floor to address this issue. And I don't think there's disagreement. I listened carefully to the chairman's introductory remarks. He referenced repeatedly after the defendant had been Mirandized, but that's not actually in the bill. So I am confident that Ms. Jackson Lee will be successful in this effort. And it's the same issue of concern with Mr. Armstrong's amendment that was present when he offered the amendment that I, during the markup, the prior markup. So that continues to be a concern, and I don't know why we couldn't have resolved that before. I understand that it was more complicated than it seemed to me at the time in terms of the FBI. I don't know why that was the case, but without notice and consent provisions, there are concerns. And I think certainly the chairman indicated, and I think Ms. Jackson Lee as well, that this is intended to apply after someone has been Mirandized, and the notice and consent would then be a routine application. I trust Ms. Jackson Lee to succeed in this, and so I'm happy to support this bill with the understanding that she will include this remedy. And if we fail, obviously, we have an opportunity when the bill is before us on the floor to object to its passage. I wanted to mention that this concern is not just about the bill, but it's also a concern about the amendment offered in good faith, I know, by Mr. Armstrong, because it was the concern I had the last time he offered this amendment, the notice and consent proviso. So I don't need to go on at any greater length, Mr. Chairman. I would be happy to yield back to the chair.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm going to yield to the gentleman from North Dakota.
Mr. Jordan yields to...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to just address a couple things from the last one. And I think this is the big difference I personally don't, and I understand the concern on two-party consent and how it was brought up in the last amendment, but I think this bill wholeheartedly solves that problem because this is only after detained and in custody. The difference is the definition of detention and in custody in this bill is significantly different than the internal definition that the FBI uses. But there's a couple things I want to say, and that is anybody who's detained is deemed on the record. So you don't need two-party consent. It exists the minute you start having a detention-based interview. So two-party consent doesn't really exist in this framework the same as it does on the side of the street or anywhere. I would argue, as somebody who's done this for a long time over the professionally, that anytime you're talking to law enforcement, you should assume it's on the record under any circumstances to begin with. But because of the definition in this bill as to when these requirements are supposed to be used, two-party consent goes away. It just simply goes away. It is not a factor. And my only point is if we are going to do this for local law enforcement and state law enforcement, the least we could do is say this is the same standard we are holding federal law enforcement accountable to. And with that, I yield back.
Does anyone else seek recognition on this? Then let me say again that for what purpose does Ms. Bass seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to express my support for H.R. 7636, the Custodial Interrogation Recording Act, and applaud Representative Sheila Jackson Lee for her leadership on this bill. This bill would create a grant program to provide federal funding for state and local government to implement audio and video recording of all custodial interrogations. This is a much-needed change that will help shed light on the interrogation process. It will help address the false confessions which ultimately lead to wrongful conviction in many cases. It's highly important that we take note of the countless lives being impacted by the absence of audio and video recordings of custodial interrogations. Given the tremendous weight placed on confessions, a mere written statement is not enough. Deprivation of liberty far outweigh any rationale for not recording custodial interrogations, particularly when the means to do so exists. It is essential to ensure that we have all the information available before us when deciding someone's guilt or innocence. Custodial interrogation can be extremely terrifying experience for many people. It is particularly concerning for vulnerable populations. A study of 340 exonerations found that juveniles, and I think of the Central Park Five, I also think of many juveniles that wind up being interrogated oftentimes without their parents. People with intellectual challenges or those suffering from a mental illness were much more likely to have falsely confessed to the crimes for which they were accused and later acquitted. This is due to their challenges and their tendencies to be intimidated by or acquiesce to authority figures. Allowing audio and video recordings of these custodial interrogations will prove valuable not just for the suspect, but for law enforcement and for the general public. I support H.R. 7636 and encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Can I yield to you, Mr. Goldman? Certainly.
I just wanted to say I appreciate everything you said. I agree with everything you said.
But
that's why, no buts. I agree with everything you said. I think it is critical. I would like to see that applied to the federal law enforcement, but everything you said, there's a reason we need this kind of law, and I appreciate it. Yield back.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Klein seek recognition? Okay. For what purpose does Mr. Jackson Lee seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this has been a very important and invigorating and vigorous discussion. Both Mr. Jordan and Mr. Armstrong and a number of my colleagues offered enormous content. Let me indicate that I've been here long enough to know that there are great opportunities as legislation goes to the floor, and know that people have a sense of concern about their amendments, and I respect that. I am looking forward to working with Congressman Loughran on important aspects of consent. And as well, I would say to Mr. Armstrong, I would look forward to working with him. I know the law, I know this area, and I think it is crucial that we have a complete understanding of the justice aspect of custodial interrogation. But I want to remind my colleagues of this specific bill. This bill only makes available funds to allow recording of all interrogations at the state and local level. Sometimes those local communities, states and local communities, desire to have an interrogation scheme, if you will, but they're without the funds for staff, for the video. And my question would be to you, why should they be denied justice because they happen to be under a state regime? And so we knew that we could move forward with the implementation aspect, which is funding for the states to move to a process that would help them purchase videotaping equipment, hiring and training of videotaping equipment operators, fund the development, establishment, maintenance of systems for handling and preserving recording, and conduct program evaluation studies. It is not, this does not dictate the process for the interrogation. And so as it relates to the federal government, it is important for us to discern how we craft the language relating to federal law enforcement. I would look forward to working with Mr. Armstrong. I'm familiar with his amendment that he offered. I'm familiar with the intent of Ms. Loughran. I have the same intent. And I think we have a very grand opportunity to move this legislation. Today, I'd like my colleagues to support the intent and content of H.R. 7636 that I've been working on since the 113th Congress. So I'm grateful to the Judiciary Committee and staff that have worked so hard to help us move with what we call immediate swiftness so that we have the opportunity to get a bill that stands on the four corners and move it to the floor. I'm an optimist. I believe that we have more days than not to get legislation to the floor. So that is the basis of this. And might I say this, in states and local governments, you all know, living there, that prosecutions, cases in the criminal justice system are by the minute. Right now, in our respective districts, there are detained persons, there are persons in custody, and there are states and local governments without the resources to add an aspect of justice, recording custodial interrogation. They're not doing it because they don't have access to funds, local funds, to do it. This will go a long way in justice throughout the nation. And that's what our committee is about, ensuring justice prevails throughout the nation, as well as in the federal law enforcement. This will go a long way to do so throughout the nation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I ask for support of H.R. 7636. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. The committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes. The committee will come to order at this time. We will postpone consideration of H.R. 7636 to allow bipartisan discussions of Mr. Armstrong's amendment to occur, and we will move on to H.R. 6813. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6813, the Promoting Alzheimer's Awareness to Prevent Elder Abuse Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 6813 to...
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 6813, the Promoting Alzheimer's Awareness to Prevent Elder Abuse Act, would require the Justice Department to ensure that its training materials under the Elder Abuse Prevention and Prosecution Act include information specifically targeted at treating, protecting, and caring for people living with Alzheimer's and related dementias. More than 5.8 million Americans are currently living with Alzheimer's or dementia. One study estimates that over 50% of individuals struggling with Alzheimer's or other dementia may experience some type of elder abuse. Neglect is the most reported type of abuse, followed by financial exploitation. Building upon the Elder Abuse Prevention and Prosecution Act of 2017, this legislation addresses the need for better training of law enforcement officers, first responders, social workers, prosecutors, and judges. Significantly, H.R. 6813 would also establish a new requirement for DOJ to develop training materials to address situations in which individuals living with Alzheimer's or dementia may be involved in a criminal case or proceeding as a victim or a witness. In addition, the legislation would require the Justice Department to make these training materials available to medical professionals and financial services personnel who may encounter and support people living with these challenges and at risk of abuse or being targeted for fraud. The bill would also add a new requirement that DOJ consult more broadly with government agencies at the federal, state, and local level in the preparation of these materials, as well as with nationally recognized nonprofit associations with relevant expertise. During the current pandemic, our seniors living in long-term care facilities are particularly vulnerable and isolated, given current physical distancing measures that limit contact with family members and other visitors. Most of these residents have some form of cognitive impairment and are at even greater risk of mistreatment or exploitation. This legislation would expand the quality and scope of dementia-specific training materials, leading to better practices and processes to combat elder abuse and exploitation. This addresses an important and timely need for a uniquely vulnerable population. I thank Representative Deutsch for introducing this bipartisan legislation and for his leadership in expanding protections for our vulnerable citizens living with Alzheimer's and dementia. I am proud to be a co-sponsor, along with several other members of this committee on both sides of the aisle, and I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this important bill. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gohmert, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to the Alzheimer's Association, an estimated 5.8 million Americans age 65 and older are living with Alzheimer's dementia in 2020. 1 in 10 people age 65 and older has Alzheimer's dementia. The Alzheimer's population is particularly vulnerable to scams and abuse, as their condition makes it more difficult for them to communicate the crimes to law enforcement or to seek life-saving assistance from first responders. Many of us have seen that happen in person. The President and his administration have worked hard to stop criminals who seek to defraud American seniors. As of June of this year, the Trump administration has criminally charged nearly 1,000 defendants involving over $2.2 billion in fraud against seniors. H.R. 6813 will provide another tool to help protect America's seniors from elder abuse. H.R. 6813 amends the Elder Abuse Prevention and Prosecution Act, which was signed into law by President Trump on October 18, 2017, directs the U.S. Department of Justice to develop best practices for assisting professionals who encounter and support people living with Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. want to thank the bipartisan sponsors of this legislation. You worked well together and you came out with a good product, and we appreciate it. That, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Deutsch seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge strong support for the passage of H.R. 6813, the Promoting Alzheimer's Awareness to Prevent Elder Abuse Act. This bill, as we've heard, would require the Department of Justice to develop best practices for first responders who, during the course of their work, encounter and provide support to people living with Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. These best practices will improve the interactions between law enforcement officers, medical professionals, firefighters, emergency personnel, social workers, court officials, and others who encounter and work with this vulnerable population. Under the bill, Department of Justice's Elder Justice Coordinator will work with the Department of Health and Human Services, state, local, and tribal adult protective services, aging, social, and human services agencies, and federal, state, local, and tribal law enforcement, and nonprofits to develop best practices and training materials. In addition, the bill would require the Department of Justice to report on the development of the best practices and training materials for first responders who encounter people living with Alzheimer's and other dementia. As our nation's population continues to age, the number of people living with Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia continues to increase. In 2019, approximately 5.8 million people were in the United States living with Alzheimer's. 81% of people living with Alzheimer's in the U.S. are 75 years of age or older. And according to the 2020 Alzheimer's Disease Facts and Figures that was published in March of this year, by the middle of this century, it is estimated that the number of people in the U.S. living with Alzheimer's may increase to 13.8 million people. The rising number of cases of people living with Alzheimer's and other dementia make it increasingly likely that first responders will encounter a person in need of assistance who's living with Alzheimer's. This makes it more important for our first responders to have access to best practices and necessary training to ensure that adequate assistance can be provided to a person in need. The ability of first responders to provide critical assistance and protect themselves as well has gained significant importance during the ongoing COVID pandemic. During this pandemic, the development and availability of these best practices and training materials for working effectively with this most vulnerable population is crucial. As we're all aware, our nation's senior population has been especially impacted by COVID-19. Seniors living on their own and in long-term care facilities have been hit extremely hard. It is essential that our first responders have adequate training to work effectively with those who have Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia to ensure that appropriate care is provided to help people who are in need and protect the safety of first responders. In addition, developing best practices and training materials. This will better protect victims from fraud and scams that target the most vulnerable population. The availability of best practices and training materials will ensure first responders can effectively acquire the information they need to protect people from fraud and scam schemes. I would like to thank my colleague from Pennsylvania, Congressman Reschenthaler, for all of his hard work and leadership on this legislation. I think, Mr. Chairman, it is fair to say that all of us, either directly and personally or even just one step removed from that, have encountered and experienced living with or knowing people with Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. It is because of that and for all of them that I strongly urge the passage of this important bill, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Reschenthaler seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad that today this committee is considering the Promoting Alzheimer's Awareness to Prevent Elder Abuse Act, which I introduced with fellow committee member Representative Ted Deutsch. This important legislation will equip first responders and caregivers with essential tools so they can prevent and respond to elder abuse, such as financial abuse, physical abuse, as well as neglect. Elder abuse affects at least 10% of American seniors each and every year. Seniors living with Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia are especially vulnerable to elder abuse, with up to 50% of these individuals falling prey to fraud, exploitation, and other harm. Often, seniors suffering from these conditions have a harder time communicating with first responders and other professionals, which in turn makes it harder to help them. H.R. 6813 directs the Department of Justice to develop best practices for assisting professionals, including law enforcement, emergency personnel, and medical professionals who encounter and support people living with Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. I continue to hear from seniors in southwestern Pennsylvania about the strain COVID-19 has placed on their lives and the prevalence of virus-related scams. I really hope that this bill will alleviate some of those burdens. Again, I'd really like to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Ted Deutsch, who is incredible to work with. And I want to thank all those who are supporting this bill to help stop elder abuse and to protect our nation's seniors. So again, Mr. Chairman, and to my colleagues, thank you for supporting this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes Mr. Cicilline seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank Representative Deutsch and Representative Roschenthaler for their leadership on H.R. 6813, the Promoting Alzheimer's Awareness to Prevent Elder Abuse Act. Approximately 6 out of 10 older adults with dementia experience psychological abuse, and as many as 1 out of 4 of our elders have been physically abused. Protecting and caring for our loved ones who once supported and cared for us is one of our most sacred responsibilities. Yet professionals like emergency medical personnel and law enforcement that are charged with serving and protecting our communities are not specially trained to work with people who are living with dementia. The Promoting Alzheimer's Awareness to Prevent Elder Abuse Act seeks to fill that gap in training. It requires the Department of Justice to develop training materials to assist professionals supporting victims of abuse living with Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. The Act provides resources to assist our judges, prosecutors, medical personnel, and victim services personnel with providing appropriate assistance and support to better help protect elders from abuse. This is a critical and incredibly important issue, and I want to end where I began by thanking Congressman Deutsch for his leadership in this legislation, but also for his long and unwavering support of America's seniors. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
For what purposes Ms. Lesko seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support, or I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in support of this. I co-sponsored this bill. I have a large senior citizen, several large senior citizen communities in my district. Alzheimer's, as all of us grow older, is going to be growing concern in our nation, and I think this bill is one part of a solution. In my district, we have a volunteer posse that helps with Alzheimer victims that are lost in the community oftentimes. We also have a research facility in my district that does research in brain studies on Alzheimer's. And this is just one more piece of helping seniors that suffer from this, and that's why I support it, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? In that case, a reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill, H.R. 6813, favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
Aye. Aye.
The ayes have it. The bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. I will inform the committee votes have been called on the House floor. Consequently, the committee will recess and will reconvene immediately after the votes. The committee will come to order. Before we consider the Crown Act, I want to say happy belated birthday to the bill's sponsor, Mr. Richmond, who had a birthday this weekend, and also happy birthday to Congresswoman Escobar, whose birthday is today. So happy birthday. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5309, the Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair Act of 2019, or the Crown Act of 2019, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 5309 to prohibit discrimination based on an individual's texture or style of hair.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. Today, the Judiciary Committee considers H.R. 5309, the Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair Act of 2019, or the Crown Act of 2019. This important bill explicitly prohibits discrimination on the basis of hair texture or hairstyles commonly associated with a particular race or national origin in employment, housing, federally funded programs, public accommodations, and the making and enforcement of contracts. To be clear, it is my view that existing civil rights statutes that prohibit discrimination on the basis of race or national origin already make such kind of hair-based discrimination unlawful. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission agrees, having issued guidance interpreting Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to prohibit discrimination based on hairstyle or hair texture as a form of race discrimination in certain circumstances. Unfortunately, several federal courts have erroneously rejected this interpretation, which is why we are here to mark up the Crown Act today. This legislation will leave no ambiguity that in key areas where federal law prohibits race and national origin discrimination, discrimination based on an individual's hair texture or hairstyle, if they are commonly associated with a particular race or national origin, is unlawful. The history of discrimination based on race and national origin in this country is unfortunately older than the country itself, and we are still living with the consequences today. Congress took a pivotal step in the fight against racism and discrimination when it passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, prohibiting discrimination on the basis of race and national origin, as well as other characteristics in key areas of life. This law did not eliminate discrimination entirely. One cannot legislate away hate, but it provided critical recourse for those who face discrimination, and it made clear that the government has a compelling interest in fighting discrimination. We cannot fool ourselves into thinking that discrimination is no longer alive and well, however. The recent protests over police brutality and systemic racism have forced many who would rather look the other way to confront the continuing and pervasive legacy of racism in our country. While racism and discrimination still take many blatantly obvious forms, they can also manifest themselves in more subtle ways. One form is discrimination based on natural hairstyles and hair textures associated with people of African descent. According to a 2019 study of black and non-black women conducted by the Joy Collective, black people are disproportionately burdened by policies and practices in public places, including the workplace, that target, profile, or single them out for natural hairstyles and other hairstyles traditionally associated with their race, like braids, locks, and twists. Often these hairstyles are protective hairstyles, hairstyles that tuck the ends of one's hair away and minimize manipulation and exposure to the weather, and can play an important role in helping keep one's hair healthy. These findings are bolstered by numerous reports of incidents in recent years showing that this form of discrimination is common. For example, in 2017, a Banana Republic employee was told by a manager that she had violated the company's dress code because her box braids were too, quote, urban and unkempt. A year later, a New Jersey high school student was forced by a white referee to either have his dreadlocks cut or forfeit a wrestling match, ultimately leading to a league official humiliatingly cutting the student's hair in public immediately before the match. And that same year, an 11-year-old black girl was asked to leave class at a school near New Orleans because her braided hair extensions violated the school's policies. Unfortunately, research shows that such discrimination is pervasive. The Joy Collective study found that black women are more likely than non-black women to have received formal grooming policies in the workplace, and that black women's hairstyles were consistently rated to be lower or less ready for job performance than non-black women's hairstyles by substantial margins. In view of these disturbing facts, 7 states, California, New York, New Jersey, Virginia, Colorado, Washington, and Maryland, have enacted state versions of the Crown Act, in every case with bipartisan support, sometimes even with the unanimous support of both parties. While I applaud these states for taking this necessary step, this is a matter of basic justice that demands a national solution by Congress. I thank the gentleman from Louisiana, Representative Cedric Richmond, for introducing and championing this important bill and for his leadership on this issue. I support this legislation, and I urge the committee to report it favorably to the House. I now ask unanimous consent to submit letters in support of H.R. 5309 into the record from the following: Professor D. Wendy Green of Drexel University, Thomas R. Klein School of Law, and 253 other legal scholars, and the National Urban League. And without objection, they will be admitted. I now recognize a distinguished ranking member, in this case the gentlelady from Arizona, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 5309 would expand federal discrimination law by prohibiting discrimination against individuals who have hairstyles or texture associated with a particular race or national origin. This bill addresses a concern that discriminating on the basis of hairstyle is a proxy for discriminating on the basis of race or national origin in violation of federal law. However, if a person's hairstyle or hair texture is associated with the person's race or national origin, and that hairstyle or texture is used as a pretext for discrimination, it is already prohibited by state and federal civil rights laws prohibiting discrimination on the basis of race or national origin. Further, findings in the bill make the unsupported assertion that federal courts have taken an improperly narrow view of what constitutes discrimination on the basis of race or national origin. Yet, the committee has not made the effort to examine the extent of the problem complained of in the bill through any committee process, such as a legislative hearing. A race-neutral policy requiring an individual to have a certain appearance is not discrimination under federal law for good reason. In many cases, policies pertaining to appearance have nothing to do with race or national origin. When those policies do target race or national origin, they already constitute unlawful discrimination. Thus, this bill is redundant and a distraction from pressing national issues, such as policing and COVID-19, that our committee should be spending the few remaining legislative days of this Congress working on. In fact, Mr. Chairman, it would be helpful if instead of bringing bills before this committee that I believe are redundant, we should be using this time we have left in this Congress to address matters of pressing national concern. There is violence in the streets of many Democrat-run cities. Just this past weekend in California, 2 LA County deputy sheriffs were attacked in broad daylight. A man walked right up as they sat in their squad car and shot them. When the ambulance took the deputies to the hospital, left-wing agitators blocked the entrance. They blocked the entrance to the emergency room and chanted, "We hope they die." Disgusting. The violence, the unrest in our streets, the attacks on law enforcement officers across the country, that is what our committee should be spending our time on today and for the rest of this Congress, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5309.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will recognize myself to explain the amendment. This amendment, in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5309, makes only 3 minor changes to the text as introduced. First, it updates the short title to replace references to 2019 with 2020. Second, it adds in the findings a reference to states enacting versions of the Crown Act in 2020. Finally, it deletes the provision of the bill setting the effective date as August 9, 2020, making the effective date the date of enactment instead. The amendment makes no other changes to the bill's text, and I urge all members to support it. I now recognize the ranking. All righty. For what purpose does Mr. Richmond seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in an attempt to save the committee redundancy, I will just accept your explanation and description of the legislation as one as being that of a legal scholar and very accurate. The one thing I want to point out and really clarify is that the courts, and Ms. Lesko is right, the courts have essentially said that there is a difference between African American textured hair itself and the hairstyles that develop naturally from it. Now, my colleague, Ms. Lesko, who I know we have shared different life experiences, but for the most part, I think that we have common goals. The goal of this bill is for that high school young man who was in the middle of a wrestling match, that they stopped the wrestling match to send out a trainer with clippers, scissors, to say you can either cut your hair or forfeit the match. Or the young lady from New Orleans who, on the first day of school, went to school and was told that her hair was inappropriate. And her brother filmed her leaving school with tears in her eyes, ashamed. Now, I'm not sure about what Ms. Lesko thinks the accurate remedy for that humiliation, for that, once again, affirmation that somehow your hair is not good enough, somehow you are not good enough, somehow you are inferior. I'm not sure that a year or 2 years from now, when those cases make it through the court system, what damage has been done to that person. But I can just tell you from my life experiences that it's a reminder as you walk through the stores, even though you're a member of the United States Congress, and people follow you around to make sure you're still paying. The fact that if you walk down the street, people of different races still clutch their purse, although you're a member of Congress. All I can tell you is that this bill is a step in the right direction to make this a more perfect union, to make sure that people are not discriminated against because of the texture of their hair. Now, for some people, young ladies can wake up and just roll out and go to school. But for some young ladies, if you don't put toxic chemicals in your hair, you cannot just roll out and go to school. And God forbid if you're on an athletic team and you sweat. This is just about fairness. And a lot of times, good people with good intentions hide behind it's redundant, it's unnecessary. Yeah, it's unnecessary if it doesn't affect you. And I'm not by any means saying that it's intentional and that you want this to happen. I just want you to walk a day in other shoes. And that's what this bill does, and that's why it has so much support. I will just tell you that, and I'd like to unanimous consent to introduce in the record a letter from Ajua Asamoah representing the Crown Coalition, which is a coalition of 72 organizations around the country that support this legislation. I'd also ask unanimous consent to introduce the National Organization of Black Elected Legislative Women, NOBLE, that's in support of the legislation. Thomas R. Klein from Drexel University School of Law, Wendy Green, the professor at law, with her legal analysis why she supports it. And then the last unanimous consent is the National Black Caucus of State Legislators.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I will just close with this. This law is necessary. It is still happening. Children are still being discriminated against. Just a couple years ago, we had women in our military that were told that they could not serve and protect this country anymore without changing their hairstyle. The day is long overdue for us to put an end to this. That's what this legislation does. Nothing more, nothing less, but it's time. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any amendments to the amendment of the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Ms. McBath seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I thank Congressman Richmond and Congresswoman Lee, Congresswoman Fudge, and Congresswoman Presley for bringing this legislation today. Every day we guide our children to be their best and their truest selves. We encourage our sons and our daughters to be expressive. Express yourselves, we tell them. We tell our nieces and our nephews to be bold, be brave, go out and seize the world. We help the children in our lives, whether they are family, friends, or neighbors, to see themselves in the stories that we tell, no matter what they look like. We expect our classrooms to embrace the differences of our children and to help students appreciate the uniqueness in each and every one of us. And it is time that our laws do the same. I remember as a very, very young woman, I made a choice right after college to just shorn all of my hair off. I went to the barber, and I just completely cut off all of my hair, very, very short, as a man would wear it. And one day I can remember I was in the grocery store, and I had a woman at the checkout counter look at me, a white woman, and she said, "What's the matter? Can't you grow your hair?" And I can assure you, I was completely stunned by that, because the reference was that I was a black woman and I didn't have good enough hair that I could grow hair. The Crown Act extends our anti-discrimination laws so that they better embody respect, free expression, and appreciation of our differences. Our laws must reflect the values that we give our children, that we're teaching our children, and protect them from discrimination. With the passage of the Crown Act, we can protect everyone's right to be themselves, whether they're at school, in job interviews, in public spaces. We can tell children in our lives, be your truest self and revel in who you are and who you've been created to be. And this time, we can know that our laws will actually reflect that in them as well. I am pleased to stand with my colleagues in supporting this so sorely needed legislation. And this legislation is a long, long time in coming. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Cohen seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I think my camera's messed up, but that's, oh, it's my finger. I got it. This is an excellent bill. I thank the chairman for bringing it to a markup, and I thank Mr. Richmond for sponsoring it. And I'm proud to be original co-sponsor. This is the type of bill that sometimes you have to have some constituents bring it to your recognition if you're not African American yourself. I think every African American legislator understands the need for this, and all the organizations that Mr. Richmond mentioned support this. Many of them were African American legislative groups. In my 40-some-odd years of legislative representation, I've never had less than 35% African American constituency. And as a state senator, hair braiding came to my attention in 1995, and I introduced a bill for hair braiders back then. I realized then, after I had an opportunity to look at it, that it was discrimination, and what was occurring wasn't in-your-face discrimination, which I had seen for most of my life, but it was more a discrimination by ignorance. Courts and the EEOC in the 70s and later have recognized that individuals who have a natural hair differences, and generally it's African American, might get and do get discriminated against, and that it's a form of racial discrimination. Now, the different jurisdictions have differed, and that's why it's necessary to have this law. People, as Mr. Richmond said, I think if I got it correct and remember it, it's basically walk a mile in my shoes. You have to be exposed to these issues and understand this, and I have, and I'm proud to be a sponsor. And for my constituents and African Americans who have been discriminated against because of hairstyle, sometimes it's because people don't understand it. Other times it's an in your face. I resent the African American culture. I don't like your afro. It represents to me something that you're not assimilating the way I want you to assimilate. Well, it's not anybody's business to tell African Americans how to assimilate. They can and should have the same right as everybody else does to dress, to have their hair, to have certain particular identifying characteristics that are theirs, that go back to their ancestors and they have proud of and want to exhibit. So I'm proud to join the sponsors and urge everybody to support this and to move on into the 21st century with the rest of us. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purposes? Mr. Johnson seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to lend my voice in support of Congressman Richmond's legislation. Across our country, Black members of our society are impacted by natural hair discrimination at their jobs, at their schools, and in housing markets. Policies that require women to chemically change their hair show profound disrespect to both their personhood and their cultures. By preventing men and women from wearing their hair naturally, schools, employers, and businesses are saying to Black folks, we accept you, but not as you are. And we value you, but not enough. I'll say it now plainly. No one should be discriminated against because of their natural hair. And such discrimination should be prohibited by law. As a member of the House Armed Services Committee, I was a strong proponent of reforms to the military's hair regulations. Individuals who volunteered for the armed services could fight and die on behalf of their nation, but they weren't permitted to wear their hair in dreadlocks. The strict hair regulations disproportionately affected Black women and failed to take into account, cultural significance or ease of care. Thanks to an Obama-era review and rulemaking in 2017, the rules were finally changed for the U.S. Army. Today, I'm proud to vote yes on this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same, and with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition? Gentlelady is recognized.
Introducing this legislation. I'm glad to be a very active co-sponsor. My colleague just before, Congressman Johnson, mentioned something that I think is extremely important. Men and women who wear the uniform, willing to die for this country, have been denied the right to wear their hair as it would be most comfortable for them. In the stress of war and military service, the comfort of one's hair and dignity is important, but even overseas, in difficult conditions or war conditions, the hair becomes an important either identifying factor or factor of protection. So I am very glad to rise to support this legislation. And I rise to support it, allowing one's hair to be your expression and not to be interfered with. I rise to do so in the name of Arnold. And Arnold was a student at Mount Bellevue High School, a good student, an athlete, and a son of parents who came from Trinidad, Trinidadian heritage. And he had dreadlocks, and his dreadlocks were extremely important to him. And I could not imagine what it felt like for this young man to be denied the right to cross the stage in graduation. He was suspended. We saw him all over the television in our local market. He was not only suspended, but told that you could not graduate or walk across the stage. And so this legislation, which explicitly prohibits discrimination on the basis of hair texture or hairstyles commonly associated with a particular race or national origin in the area of law, where discrimination on the basis of race or national origin is already prohibited. Let me say that when I first came on the Homeland Security Committee, I worked very hard for the Sikhs because we had a terrible incident with a Sikh in the airport in Minnesota when a Sikh was denied the right to enter an airplane because of their headdress. This is a wonderfully multicultural nation. We benefit from the cultural expressions and lives of so many different people. And I just hope that we be reminded that headdress, one's hairstyle, does not define who you are. And if we're reminded of the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, it is not the color of one's skin, but the character of one's person. And in this instance, young Arnold was a fine young man, but he was so much left away from the opportunities of what one deems human decency by being rejected from his high school and his graduation, not because he failed in his grades, not because of his character, not because he misbehaved or had misconduct, but simply because cultural relationship and heritage that he had, dreadlocks were extremely important. I want to close on this point. In many communities, dreadlocks are a religious symbol as well. And I don't know if many people know that. And so when we strike against someone for their hairstyle without a further understanding of the richness of their culture, we undermine the greatness of this nation. Women are equally impacted, and I might say, as someone who's worn braids for a very long period of time, and welcome the expression and or the convenience, I think this legislation speaks well to our view of ourselves, of being human, expecting human decency versus indecency. And I support this legislation for the standard of human decency it respects, and also in the name of Arnold, among many others, who, because he was misunderstood, lost out on some things that young people cherish. He's doing well now, and he's still wearing his dreadlocks. I support H.R. 5309. Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mrs. Cicilline seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this legislation. I want to acknowledge and thank my colleague, Congressman Richmond, and all of the original co-sponsors of this bill, and I'm proud to be a co-sponsor myself. I think we all watched with horror as the young athlete Alan Maloney was forced to have his hair cut before he could continue in a wrestling meet. And that was just one example of a horrible experience that many people in this country face. This notion that someone could be discriminated against in housing, employment, public accommodations because of their hairstyle or their natural hair texture is a profoundly disrespectful act that rejects the culture, the identity, and the natural characteristics of a person and has no place in this country. And it should be reminded to those who have opposed this bill that this is not the only context in which this happens. Hasidic Jews for a long time have been tormented or harassed because of their hairstyle and their beards. And in fact, in Kristallnacht, the Nazis humiliated them by cutting their curls and shaving their beards as a final act of indignity. So this notion of respecting the identity and cultural experiences and practices of people and not discriminate against them based on those is really important. And so I thank my colleague, Mr. Richmond, for bringing this bill to the Congress, and thank the chairman for bringing it to the floor. This is a significant and important issue, and I urge all of my colleagues to stand in support of a bill which simply says you can't discriminate against people because of who they are, because of their identity, because of their hair texture and their cultural traditions as it relates to their hair and their natural characteristics. That ought to be a widely accepted American value, and I hope everyone will support this excellent bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Aye. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 5309 is amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is reported favorably unless someone calls for roll call. The bill as amended is reported favorably. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. We will now resume consideration of H.R. 7636, the custodial interrogation report. We will now resume consideration of H.R. 7636, the Custodial Interrogation Recording Act. For what purpose does... The Armstrong Amendment is now pending. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Just strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Let me thank the chairman and ranking member. Let me thank all of my members as well. We had previously a very important and vigorous discussion on a very important legislative initiative as it relates to all of our home districts, our states, local communities, and this is what this underlying bill states. It is a bill that provides and facilitates the opportunities for enhanced justice through providing administratively grants for states and local governments. As my friend and colleague, Mr. Armstrong, knows, he's spoken very eloquently about the work that is done in state and local governments on the question of justice. So I'd like to make the point, as the Armstrong Amendment is pending, that we will have a strong opportunity to work together. I believe that it's important to record custodial interrogations at both the state and federal level, as Mr. Armstrong had offered in his amendment, and several members, including myself, adhere to that view. During the break, the committee had an opportunity to discuss this matter in good faith, but unfortunately there was not enough time to resolve some of the concerns Mr. Armstrong's amendment may have had. But there was enough time, Mr. Armstrong, to say that it is with good intent and good effort, and it is worthy of our further commitment. Things that were discussed that we need to consider as we move forward is whether the amendment should be limited to the Department of Justice or should include other law enforcement agencies, whether the amendment should include language to include the rule of completeness, where an interview must be recorded in its entirety, whether the amendment should include a notice and consent provision. We're also discussing the scope of the national security provision. We certainly have had another member who's mentioned, Slaughter, the issue of consent. Therefore, before we go to the floor, I intend to work enthusiastically with Mr. Armstrong and other interested members on these issues, because I strongly believe we can reach a bipartisan agreement as we've done in the past. As I remind members, this was introduced in time in the 113th Congress, and there was an effort in our Justice and Policing Act to move on that as well. We realize that. But we now have a great opportunity because of the vigorous discussion that we've had today So I'm committing to all the members that I will do everything in our collective power, and my power, to ensure that we have a strong and bipartisan bill, but really a bill that relates to the issues that we are concerned about in the question of the federal government's responsibilities on the ability for recorded custodial interrogation, which will include recording of custodial interrogation at the federal level. This we all can agree with, and it is critically important. So I thank Mr. Armstrong. We've had a good opportunity to converse on our mutual beliefs and support for these issues. So I thank Mr. Armstrong for his longstanding commitment and his work before he came to the United States Congress to these issues, and his willingness to work in a bipartisan way. I enthusiastically look forward to working with you on this issue. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes?
Move to strike the
For what purposes, Mr. Armstrong, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Congresswoman Jackson Lee. I think it's important to recognize that 98% plus of all law enforcement does happen at the state and local level. This is actually some things we disagreed upon when we were talking 2 months ago on some of these things. But I want to point out where the amendment came from because I think it's important. And the amendment came from the Policing and Justice Act, and it was just simply an expansion of the body cameras and the dash cameras related to the agencies that were in that original bill. So we didn't exclude anybody. We formulated the amendment based solely on what the underlying text of the original bill said. I think that carries over here as well because we're dealing with corresponding federal law enforcement to state law enforcement agencies. And I will be frank, I probably support some of the amendments that others on my side of the aisle wouldn't support about how we record. But I do want to say this, and I do appreciate this because I think the underlying bill's important and I'm going to support it. I think sometimes we overcomplicate things and we end up dealing with these issues in a way that makes it easy to say no. How you're detained at an airport versus how you're detained from federal law enforcement from a federal investigatory standard are just very different scenarios. And the vast majority of cases that go to federal trial where this information would be the most relevant are actually encapsulated in the amendment I offered. I also think some of the amendments that we were being proposed and talking about, while I might support them, will significantly negatively affect this bill's chances of becoming law. So there are some that I like. I think there's some that we can come to agreement. I know there are ones that my colleagues on my side wouldn't like. And I don't want to jeopardize the entire process of this, but I just want to say that sometimes we make this harder than it has to be. And this amendment, while not perfect for everybody, would have expanded the recordings to more law enforcement, which all that would have done was given more transparency to more law enforcement, allowing for people to have a better view of the criminal justice system, protecting defendants in these scenarios, protecting people who are being investigated, and also protecting law enforcement agencies. So I'm disappointed we can't get there. I think the underlying bill is still important. I think the people that it touches and where this goes is good for everybody. But I also don't think we necessarily needed to be here. But I do appreciate everybody's opportunity to try and do with this. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the gentleman's amendment. All in favor? I'm sorry, Ms. Lesko?
Yeah. Thank you. I move to strike the last word. I just want
Ladies
to
recognized.
thank you. I want to say I too am disappointed that Mr. Armstrong's amendment isn't included or included in this bill because it makes total common sense. As he said multiple times, he feels the underlying bill is good, but it would make it even better if his was added. And so I serve on the Rules Committee, so I'm hopeful that we can do something to include his amendment in the Rules Committee, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question occurs on Mr. Armstrong's amendment. Does someone else want to? No. Question occurs on Mr. Armstrong's amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The noes have it. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill, H.R. 7636, favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House.
Thank you.
Members will have 2 days to submit views. And now pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8225, the Fight Notario Fraud Act of 2020, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House.
Thank you.
The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 8225 to amend Title 18.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 8225, the Fight Notario Fraud Act of 2020, would criminalize the unfortunately common practice of providing legal services, often fraudulently, in immigration matters to unwitting victims, despite having no legal authorization to practice law. This bill would create 3 new federal offenses. First, it would outlaw the provision of fraudulent immigration services. Second, it would proscribe misrepresentations by individuals who falsely claim to be authorized to practice immigration law. And finally, it would criminalize threats and retaliatory acts associated with the provision of fraudulent immigration services. Notario fraud is a particularly pernicious crime, as its perpetrators prey on some of the most vulnerable in our society. Notario grifters take advantage of an inaccurate but correct-sounding translation of notario publico in Spanish to notary public in English as a means to defraud unsuspecting patrons seeking immigration help. In many Latin American countries, notarios publicos are lawyers, and as such are authorized to provide legal services. Notaries in the United States have no such authority. Applying their fraud on unsuspecting victims, notarios, as they market themselves, succeed by gaining the trust of the immigrant families they defraud. They make extravagant promises and deliver very little, often actually causing harm. Indeed, notario fraud can have dire consequences. Notarios often make mistakes in legal filings, which can result in irreversibly negative immigration consequences for their victims. For example, a notario's legal errors can lead to an unfavorable posture for review in immigration courts and may prejudice the immigrant on appeal. Fly-by-night notarios may also skip town with important documentation in their possession that immigrants need to file for immigration relief. Or they may apply for relief without the applicant's knowledge. All of this may be detrimental to the victims who have entrusted them with their futures and their hopes. It is only in rare occasions that a victim will challenge a notario's fraud, as many immigrants are afraid to report notarios out of fear of retaliation. By some estimates, only 1 in every 100 cases is ever reported to the authorities. Underreporting and a lack of enforcement leaves notarios to continue and even to expand their scams. DOJ must refocus its criminal immigration fraud efforts on the prosecution of these notario grifters. This bill provides DOJ explicit authorities to do so by providing for a set of strong sanctions for those who act to prevent or dissuade their victims from reporting their racket. The bill would require the Attorney General to create at least 15 special United States attorney positions to prosecute notario fraud crimes. These specially focused federal prosecutors would be assigned to districts throughout the country where there is a high incidence of notario fraud. Importantly, the Fight Notario Fraud Act assigns the authority to prosecute and coordinate these cases to the Immigrant and Employee Rights Section within the Department of Justice, which already has a sophisticated intake system in place that can be adapted to accommodate these types of cases. In the past 5 years, the Immigrant and Employee Rights Section has developed a reputation for fair enforcement and has ensured that its ranks include bilingual attorneys who are well qualified to communicate with victims of notario fraud. H.R. 8225 would also require the Immigrant and Employee Rights Section to publish a list of individuals who have been convicted of unlawful conduct or have been found by a state or federal agency to have unlawfully provided immigration services. This list is critical to prevent notaries who might otherwise evade notice from setting up shop elsewhere in the country. The Fight Notario Fraud Act is narrowly crafted to provide criminal penalties for the flagrant abuse of immigrants seeking relief. It would hold accountable those who take advantage of some of the least sophisticated consumers and is a much-needed addition to the tools prosecutors can utilize to prevent fraud and abuse committed against a uniquely vulnerable population. I thank Representative McCarcel-Powell for introducing this legislation and for her vision and her leadership on fighting the scourge of notarial fraud. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this important bill. I now recognize the ranking member, in this case, Ms. Lesko, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill addresses a problem that already has a remedy in current law. The Department of Justice and state and local officials fight against fraud each and every day, including fraud related to immigration laws. Additionally, Executive Office for Immigration Review's Fraud and Abuse Prevention Program within the Department of Justice is the centralized place for anyone to make complaints about issues of fraud, immigration scams, and the unauthorized practice of immigration law. We should not be in the business of complicating the immigration system. Unfortunately, this bill does that. This bill carves out the unauthorized practice of law specific to immigration law. The unauthorized practice of law, no matter the type, is and will always be illegal. Additionally, this bill complicates the system by adding new special assistant U.S. attorneys and additional levels of requirements for the attorneys who prosecute these criminals. If we are going to be hard on crime and we want to change the standard for which we prosecute this crime, then there should be stronger penalties. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. McCarcel-Powell seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very proud and excited to introduce today the Fight Notarial Fraud Act, and I'm grateful that we are working through it today. As a representative of South Florida, this issue is particularly important to me and my community. As you all know, I represent a majority minority community that is home to thousands of Central and South American immigrants and their families. And they rely on notarios for legal advice. It's very common. Latinos often they suffer negative consequences from poor and unqualified advice. Thousands of dollars are stolen from them by unlawful notarios, and their immigration applications go nowhere. Especially in Latin America, notario público often refers to a licensed attorney. So you can imagine a notary public in the United States is seen as someone that's a legal attorney here, and the confusion is there. So they take advantage of that. Criminals have used this confusion to prey on vulnerable immigrant communities. Scammers use the title of notary public to dishonestly convey their ability to provide legal or immigration services as a notario. A single scheme sometimes works to defraud hundreds of immigrants. In June, federal authorities revealed that one notario scheme in South Florida spanned multiple states, multiple offices, and hundreds of immigrant victims. The notario solicited immigration clients from the Latino community in South Florida with a promise to obtain work permits. Instead, the notario systemically filed asylum applications with fake information and fake addresses. The notario would then demand thousands of additional dollars to file the proper applications for a work permit. This notario also threatened to report the fake paperwork to authorities who did not meet the demands. An investigation revealed that the notario scheme had defrauded over 190 victims in South Florida alone, including one victim, his mother, his uncle, and his cousin. Stories like this are far too common, but they're rarely reported to law enforcement. One case brought by a federal trade commission found that only about less than 4% of notario fraud was reported to authorities. This bill will help put a stop to these scams. It places criminal penalties on schemes designed to defraud people on immigration matters. It works to end notarios' misrepresentations that they are qualified attorneys or accredited to handle immigration cases. And it stops the threats and retaliation against immigrants. It also works to give law enforcement the tools that they need to stop exploitation of our vulnerable immigrant community. My bill establishes no fewer than 15 special United States attorney positions across the country to focus on this issue and prosecute notario fraud cases. This bill is an important step to hold dishonest notarios accountable and end their fraud schemes. If you allow me in Spanish to say a few words, Mr. Chairman. Como representante del sur de la Florida, este tema es particularmente importante para mí porque represento una comunidad que incluye miles de inmigrantes. Muchas personas de Sur y Centroamérica utilizan estos notarios para obtener ayuda legal y es común. Y muchas veces los latinos sufren por sus malas recomendaciones. La comunidad venezolana, por ejemplo, sufre mucho a manos de los notarios. Muchos buscan ayuda con sus casos de asilo después de huir del régimen socialista de Nicolás Maduro. Pero lo que encuentran son notarios corruptos que les roban miles de dólares y sus solicitudes de inmigración nunca llegan a ninguna parte. Este proyecto de ley ayudará a poner fin a este fraude. Impone sanciones penales a los sistemas diseñados para defraudar a las personas en asuntos de inmigración y trabaja para acabar con las declaraciones falsas de los notarios que dicen ser abogados licenciados. Esta ley le da las herramientas necesarias a las autoridades para detener a estos estafadores en nuestras comunidades de inmigrantes. En el pasado, los casos de enjuiciamiento federal han sido mínimos. Mi proyecto de ley establece no menos de 5 fiscales en el Departamento de Justicia en todo el país para enfocarse en este tema y procesar casos de fraude notarial. I urge my colleagues to support in favor of this bill, and I yield back. I think I went over.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Luffman seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I just want to thank the gentlelady from Florida for this thoughtful and comprehensive bill that would make a difference to people who have been terribly abused. In my long career in immigration, I have run across victims of fraud by notarios on more than one occasion. People who cheated of thousands of dollars for filling out a one-page form. People who've had claims made that they weren't aware of that were wrong. For example, an asylum claim when there was no basis for asylum, that then when it was denied, precluded their capacity to actually get a benefit that they were entitled to. So there is tremendous trauma that can be inflicted by people who are essentially cheating those who are trying to comply with our sometimes complex immigration laws. I think if this bill becomes law, it will prevent trauma and cheating. All of us should be against cheating people. And that's what this bill is about. It's about standing up for people who are trying to comply with our laws and making sure that they are not cheated by unscrupulous people. Congresswoman Murkison-Powell, you've done a great service to our country and to your district by introducing this bill. It is not duplicative. There almost never are prosecutions undertaken, and when they are, it's sometimes under laws that may not always apply. So this is a very thoughtful, comprehensive approach, and I just want to say thank you for your leadership in introducing this bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Correa seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Adler, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler. I also want to thank our Congressmember Murkison-Powell from Florida for this most important measure. And it's really a measure about preserving the American dream. I represent a district that is made up essentially of a lot of new Americans, blue-collar, hard-working, honest folks. And I also represent the district with the most dreamers in the country. A few years back in my district, we had a law firm, the Guadalupana Law Firm. I was doing a lot of business in the center of my district. It's a firm that used the image of Mother Mary that instills the image of hope and compassion, the target undocumented workers. The promise was a work permit and a pathway to citizenship. By the time our local DA closed down that law firm, the damage had been done. We estimate that the attorneys that were running this firm who took off to Latin America took off with about $15 million of cash. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst of it was the damage they had done to immigrants because, as you mentioned, Ms. Powell, without their knowledge, these immigrants were advised to sign affidavits under penalty of perjury that were essentially false. And of course, we know that those kinds of documents will later come back to haunt those immigrants, possibly barring them from adjustment of status. Your legislation is needed. I fully support it, but most importantly, the enforcement provisions, because it always seems we're always chasing that crime that happened yesterday, and especially in immigrant communities where folks are too afraid to tell people what actually happened to them. And of course, by the time we figure it out, the damage has been done. I ask for support of your measure, ma'am, and I want to thank you very much for moving this most important legislation forward. With that, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition? Gentlelady is recognized.
I too want to applaud Ms. Marcel Powell for just really getting to the source of hardship. You don't know how many cases I've had in my congressional office on individuals who had a deportation status because they relied upon this kind of fraud. Tragic, almost irreparable, in many instances sometimes irreparable, where those individuals were deported. One tragic case was where a mother thought that her son had been included in her TPS, and he grew up to be a grown person, married, on the verge of purchasing a home, on the verge of trying to get a business, and was caught with the fact that he was under subsequently a deportation order. And they kept saying, but we were told that we were okay, that because my mother was TPS, I was TPS. There are many devastating cases like that. And the only thing I wanted to say is that the people in this business rack up a lot of dollars, a lot of money from innocent persons who want to do the right thing, who want to be in this country because they love this country, and because this country has been good to them for a period of years, and they want to seek legal status the right way. I think that's the cruelest of behavior, when you misrepresent to people who want to honestly do what is right. And so if we can, through this process of ensuring that the Justice Department looks at this fraud and once and for all ends it and creates the right protocols, encouraging people to seek the right kind of information, legal clinics, which now are proliferating, lawyers who are proficient in immigration law, we will have made great strides toward what most people want as immigrants, is to be here in the United States legally in status for them and their children. So I want to congratulate you for this legislation, and I rise enthusiastically to support it. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? In that case, the reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 8225 favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8235, the Open Courts Act of 2020, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 8235, to provide for the modernization of electronic case management systems and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 8235, the Open Courts Act of 2020, makes critical improvements to the federal courts record systems by requiring the judiciary to consolidate all federal court records into one system and to make those records freely available to the public. At the outset, I want to thank the lead co-sponsors of the bill, Mr. Johnson, Chairman of the Court Subcommittee, and Mr. Collins, the former ranking member of the full committee, for their work on this issue. I know that this was a true team effort, and I want to acknowledge your joint leadership. The judiciary's record system have long lagged behind modern standards of accessibility and openness. Currently, courts' records systems are decentralized. Each of the nearly 200 federal trial, appellate, and bankruptcy courts has its own system. After navigating these individual systems, the public is then met with a paywall called PACER, which charges users 10 cents per page to view, download, or search for document materials for up to $3 per document. Criticism of the court's current system is widespread. Researchers, observers, and practitioners have called PACER difficult to understand and even more difficult to navigate, and cumbersome, with a landmine of fees. It is a disservice that in today's digital age, the public's access to public records and public proceedings is so resource-intensive and burdensome. This fragmented and costly approach does not reflect the modern standards of access the public deserves. It is indefensible that the public must pay fees, and unjustifiably high fees at that, to know what is happening in their own courts. The PACER paywall, as many observers have noted, also restricts access to justice by increasing the cost of doing the research needed to competently pursue a case, inhibits innovation of legal services, and as a group of retired federal judges have argued, reduces judicial transparency and the legitimacy of the courts. It is long past time for this practice to end. The Open Courts Act provides a meaningful and modernized way to access court records. Rather than having to navigate through individual court case management and filing sites, the Open Courts Act directs the judiciary to establish a consolidated system with certain standards for searchability and accessibility that meet the 21st century's public's needs. Under H.R. 8235, court records also become freely available to the public, eliminating the PACER paywall. These are sensible and important steps that would bring the judiciary's record system into the modern age. The last thing I should note is that this bill is especially timely in light of a ruling last month by the Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit that the Administrative Office of the Courts for years has been unlawfully using PACER fees to fund a range of projects unrelated to providing the public access to court records. The case is ongoing, but preliminary allegations indicate that these improper expenditures could be as high as $26 million per year. This legislation would end this practice. I once again thank Representatives Johnson and Collins for their leadership on H.R. 8235. Their efforts continue the committee's longstanding bipartisan approach to improving the federal judiciary for the public. And I know that this bill has been crafted to be responsive to the needs and concerns of the Judicial Conference. I look forward to continue to working with them as the bill moves forward. H.R. 8235 takes a significant step forward in making the federal judiciary more modern, more open, and more accessible to the public it serves. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Open Courts Act of 2020 will bring much-needed reform to the judicial branch. This bipartisan bill will modernize the federal judiciary's case management system by consolidating it into the electronic court record system. The consolidated court record system will also be required to adhere to certain data standards, bringing increased efficiencies to the judiciary. The bill also ensures that the public has free access to court documents and records, something you talked about in your opening statement, which is important. Proponents of judicial transparency have long advocated for free public access to court records, and I agree court records and information should be more easily accessible. The common sense reforms contained in the bill are long overdue and will bring, as I said, increased transparency to the courts. I yield back and urge the adoption of and passage of the legislation. Thank you.
For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this important bill before the committee, and I'd like to thank the former ranking member of this committee, my Georgia colleague, Doug Collins, and the co-lead on this bill for his partnership on working to make federal court records freely accessible to all Americans. Anyone who goes to the United States Supreme Court's website can read any of the documents filed before the court free of charge. The same thing is true for the state courts in mine and Representative Collins' home state of Georgia, and indeed in every state and local courthouse throughout the land. And that's the way that it should be. The public has a fundamental right to free access to the public documents in the courthouse because those documents enable the public to see what justice looks like on paper. Papers filed in the courthouse are a record of what goes on in the public courthouse. But unfortunately, if you want to read the public records filed in the federal courts other than the U.S. Supreme Court, you have to pay a fee. And the fee is an expensive one. The prices are like a keep out sign for the little guy. 10 cents per search, 10 cents per page, and up to $3 per document. It can cost literally hundreds of dollars to read the filings in just one big case. The federal courts extract between $100 and $140 million every single year from folks looking online to see what public documents have been filed. In other words, the federal courts take in a lot of money from folks going online to see what justice looks like in the federal court system. $100 to $140 million a year is a lot of money taken from people who are exercising their fundamental right to access public court documents. And to make matters worse, just last month, a court of appeals held that the administrative office of the United States courts was unlawfully using that money to fund a range of programs that had nothing to do with giving the public access to federal court records. Frankly, it's unconstitutional and, well, not unconstitutional, but it's unconscionable, and it needs to stop, and that's exactly what the Open Courts Act of 2020 will do. Once it's passed and signed into law, the Open Courts Act will abolish the requirement that fees be paid to entitle a person to look at public documents filed in federal courthouses. The public will be able to view public documents online for free. We don't charge folks to access the U.S. Code. There is no charge to view the Federal Register, and you can look at the legislation that Congress passes for free by going to congress.gov. Our courts are a vital part of our American government, and what goes on in the federal courthouse is public, and Congress has a responsibility to ensure that public records in the public federal courthouses be accessible for free to the public. Forcing the public to pay for access to public records on file in public courthouses imposes unnecessary burdens on journalists, academics, and pro se litigants as they engage in the constitutionally enshrined activities of observing and reporting on the court's activities or petitioning the courts for redress. This matters more now than ever before at a time when many have concerns that the executive branch represents only some of its citizens. A democratic process limited to a select group that can participate, those who can afford it, should concern us all. But this bill is more than just about democratic ideals and transparency. It's about changing the system to make it fairer for everyone, especially the little guy. You know, after I graduated from law school, I made the decision to strike out on my own. I hung out a shingle and dedicated my legal career to fighting for the little guy. When I think of young lawyers striving to start their own businesses in today's legal economy, and the non-lawyers looking to represent themselves pro se, I remember how hard those first years were. This muscle memory, the feeling of working hard just for the right to work hard, is what I try to keep in mind when I'm here in D.C. legislating. And that's why I'm proud to offer the Open Courts Act of 2020. Convenient access to public records in federal courthouses shouldn't be a privilege just for the wealthy few and their silk stocking, tassel shoe wearing corporate lawyers. Young attorneys who want to use their law degree to make a difference deserve the same access to the federal court system as their wealthy corporate counterparts. I also want to thank the Judicial Conference for their testimony and feedback on this bill and its predecessors. The language in H.R. 8235 was drafted to reflect that input, and I look forward to continue working with them as we move forward. So thank you again, Chairman Nadler, for bringing this bill to committee for markup. Again, I want to thank former Ranking Member Collins for his persistence, dedication, and hard work on this legislation. And I encourage my colleagues to join us and vote to pass this bill. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back without objection. The statement from Mr. Collins will be entered into the record. For what purpose does Ms. Luffman seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I just want to thank Chairman Johnson and Mr. Collins for this excellent piece of legislation. And it's really long overdue. Open access to public documents should be the norm for all parts of government, including judicial. And I'll just say this, in addition to allowing for access to individual litigants and lawyers, it's also going to allow for more competition, improve commercial services to help lawyers and others search through and digest court decisions and filings. Just as important, open access should clear the way for research, deep research, to be done by scholars into federal litigation and the decisions of our courts. So these innovations are going to depend on an effective implementation of this bill. And so I look forward to participating with the Intellectual Property and Courts Subcommittee in oversight to make sure that the implementation of this excellent bill matches our expectations, because the clear intent of the bill is to open this up in a way that it should be. And I have every belief that we will see this create a whole new industry in the United States and a whole new capacity to understand the judiciary and our laws even better. So congratulations, Chairman Johnson and Mr. Collins. What a great day for openness and transparency in our country. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For our purposes, Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to place into the record in support of the interrogation custodial bill, a letter from the law office of the Cook County Public Defender dated September 14, 2020, to the U.S. House of Representatives in support of the 7636 legislation.
Without objection, for what purpose does Mr. Stanton seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in support of the Open Courts Act. This is meaningful legislation that will make our federal courts more accessible to every American. Here's how. It finally makes electronic federal records free for the public to access. You shouldn't have to be a lawyer or a law student to access these records. They belong to every American, and every person should have equal free access. Even better, this bill modernizes how federal courts will maintain their electronic records. It requires that all federal courts consolidate those records into one system, and it makes it easier for Americans to search files and cases, review court records, or monitor docket activity. To make this service free, the bill modifies the fees for those who use the PACER system in very high volumes and for those who use to make filings in some circumstances. This is an important bill, and these common sense measures will expand accessibility to our justice system, and that is great for our democracy. So I want to say thank you to Subcommittee Chairman Johnson and Congressman Collins for their leadership on this important issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? In that case, a reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill, H.R. 8235, favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. This concludes our business for today. Thanks to all our members for attending. Without objection, the markup is adjourned.